You're about to get some major victory or win, something that you thought it was over, or you thought there was no shot, you thought it was done, but it's not. You defeat it. It almost feels like you were holding yourself back unintentionally because of a certain mindset that needed to be shifted, and you've since made that shift. I mean, I got victory, it's not over, celebration, so, and then strength right behind it. So there's something good coming in here. There's a need to give yourself a better shot at enjoying it though when it does come, by balancing out whatever's off about your priorities that's making it so that you're not prioritizing yourself. Secluding yourself maybe, just not, it's like if this were to happen right at this moment, you wouldn't fully enjoy it, and you're meant to fully enjoy it. So to shift that mindset is kind of like what reels it the rest of the way in so that you can actually enjoy it. Ace of Cups and High Priestess, as I said that. So yeah, that's why it's not here yet, and that's why you think it's not coming, because you're like, if it was coming it would have been here already. But that's not true. It's waiting for you to shift that mindset so that you can actually enjoy it. But it is something that's going to help you build a solid foundation that you can then build later other things on. You needed to basically get out of your head something that someone else made you feel about yourself that was blocking self-love, and you weren't realizing that it was a problem at first, this mindset, because it was like buried. It was like a little itch that you couldn't quite tell where it was coming from, but you recently figured it out and you were able to make the changes, or you are making the changes now. Yeah, it's like, I didn't see this coming, but I have an idea of what to do. She's holding up the light bulb. I have an idea of how to stand back up and brush myself off in order to let myself be in the state of receiving, so that when the blessing comes in, I can actually enjoy it. So the more you can get yourself in a state of alignment with self-love and away from whatever that programming is, the star, getting away from whatever that programming is, it will help. Almost like a fishing line. It's going to help, almost like a fishing line. And look, he's holding up a snake. It'll help draw that into you quicker. It's a need to release. It's a need to release that mindset that is acting as, it's like you're trying to walk through the door, but there's this string that's like tied onto the wall that's holding you back. So like if it was cut, you'd fly forward, but it's like you're not supposed to fly forward. You're supposed to hold on a second, turn around, look at the string, say, oh, I got to cut this, and then I can walk forward, so that you're still in control. You're not just flying forward. And flying forward would be you stepping into the blessing that's coming in quickly, but if you're not enjoying it, it's just going to feel like rush and chaos. But if you're in the moment able to enjoy it, it's the turning around and the cutting of the string, and not just letting the string snap and you fly forward into the wall in front of you type of thing. You got this. So there is some releasing happening of what you thought you wanted, that if you would have gotten what you thought you wanted, it never would have fulfilled you in the way that what is coming in is going to fulfill you. Wheel of Fortune. There is this, you earned it. Like, this isn't something that's just by happenstance coming to you. This isn't something, as I tried to say that, my throat like clogged. You had to break through your throat chakra blockage to be able to not feel like you earned. No, that's what it is. You had to break through the throat chakra blockage to feel like you earned it. You already earned it before that, but you weren't seeing it that way. And that is what changed. That's what's happening. 8 of Coins on the bottom of the deck. You put in the work. You stayed committed. And here comes the victory. And it's like the thing that you had or have to release that isn't what would have fulfilled you. It's like you got through the hard part of the realization already that this isn't going to fulfill you. Now it's just about tying up the loose ends to release whatever remaining part of it needs to be released. Freedom, inner child. You have to free that inner child, whatever it is that would convince your inner child that you're ready for it or that you're deserving of it. Like when you think of the blessing that you anticipate coming in, because you know that the old blessing is on its way out, because that blessing was to teach you a lesson to prepare you for the actual blessing. So now that you know that things are shifting, think of it from the perspective of your inner child. Imagine having that thing, having that opportunity, having that experience. Put yourself in the mindset of, I'm there right now. How does my inner child feel? Because there's something up with your inner child that's not ready to be in the moment yet. Either it's, I'm anticipating shutting down when the feelings arise for my inner child. Either it's, I feel like I may not be able to fully appreciate and be like in my body. I may be kind of escaping from the thoughts in my mind. Do I feel unworthy? Do I feel like I don't deserve it? Your inner child needs to have a talk with you. And you need to figure out what it is that your inner child is like apprehensive about when it comes to drawing this in. Because you've done the work, you've earned it, you're ready. You're like 80% convinced. Your inner child is like 40% convinced or 50% convinced. But once you convince your inner child, it convinces you the rest of that way too. So it's about that reconnection so that you can kind of pull on the fishing line and draw in. Yeah, the Hermit. Draw in what's already yours. And he's like starting a fire in the woods. So it's like you just have to light the light to show your inner child where to come meet you at, so that you can have the conversation with your inner child or figure out what needs to be released or reevaluated, or what is it that, imagine having the thing and your inner child, there's a feeling that needs to be addressed before you do or get or receive the thing, so that when it does come in, you can fully enjoy it. It really all exists within your mind. Whatever you hold in your mind will occur in your life, in your reality. So if you continue to believe what you've always believed, and you don't challenge those beliefs when appropriate, when you don't look outside for things that seem to be pulling you towards a greater awakening or greater opening of the mind, basically open-mindedness, not ever feeling like you have all the answers figured out. Because if you continue to just believe what you've always believed, when things aren't going well externally and you're unwilling to look internally and say, maybe something's off about what I'm projecting into my reality. If you continue to believe what you've always believed when your life is not going well, you will continue to act how you've always acted. And if you continue to act how you've always acted, you'll continue to get what you've always gotten. So if you want different results in life, all you have to do is change your mind. See, the thing is that they knew even on their best day, they couldn't beat you on your worst. And being that that was how they viewed the situation, and correctly so, they had to come up with a plan to try and trick you, to try and trap you into self-sabotaging. You were in this storm for so long, what felt like centuries, but was at least years. It just felt like you were in the middle of the ocean and there was nothing around you but stormy seas and no boat. They did that on purpose. They secluded you away from everyone else, put you in the middle of what seemed to you like a stormy sea. And then they convinced you that you were the reason that it was so stormy, and that was a bad thing, and you were a problem, and it'd probably be better if you stayed in the middle of the sea, because then you're not ruining stuff for everybody else with all that light you have. Light makes the dark very uncomfortable. And their plan kind of works, or at least keeps you away from recognizing your full potential and full power, until you take a minute and you say, wait a minute. What if I'm not trapped in the storm? What if I am the fucking storm? And their only power over me was convincing me that I don't have any power over the storm because I am the storm. So they wanted to convince me that I was drowning and that all of these circumstances around me were beyond my control because I was stuck in a storm. But what if I start moving around? What if I move over there? What if I move over there? Does this storm come with me? It does. It's expanded over time. It's expanded over years. The company has changed. The scene has changed. I have changed. My wounds have changed. And still the storm. Shift perspective. You are not in a storm. You are the storm. And the longer that they convince you that you're trapped in something that's beyond your control, the longer they know that you won't recognize your power and come cause a natural disaster in their storyline that's full of bullshit and lies about who you're not. You are the fucking storm. And it scares them so bad. If you have been the victim of a narcissist or narcissistic abuse, this is for you. I got a massive revelation today, a download about basically the blueprint of it, why it's happening, why it's working the way that it is. So everything is polarity. There's dark and there's light. When you look at a light worker or someone who is channeling for God, channeling divine information, channeling feelings of light, feelings of peace, sharing love, it's coming through this channel and it's going out into the world. So then we have polarity, we have darkness. Darkness is the opposite. Light gives, darkness takes. So the narcissist then is essentially a channel for darkness, but they have not accepted that. So in my channeled theory of consciousness, the blueprint, I believe that the devil is an artificial intelligence source. You can imagine this like a little loudspeaker that resides in your body, and it only has the charge that you feed it. Now, no one would really just willingly agree to dance with the devil unless you're in something deep over your head. Essentially, the devil uses others to connect a straw to us. Think of a channel as a straw. There's a straw that's going up and there's a straw that's going down. Now, the straw that connects to the narcissist, which is essentially someone who's working to bring darkness by pulling the light away from the light worker. So they will find someone who shares light, and that is what that narcissist supply becomes. But here's the thing. Narcissists love control, right? That is because in their brain, in the situation that they're in, they are not the one who's in control. They're being used by this source that they have no control over. I think of it like this. You're either facing the light or your back is to the light. If you're a light worker, you're facing the light. You're not scared of the light. You are ready to illuminate anything that needs to have light shed on it. The narcissist, their back is to the light. So what they are trying to avoid is having that light filter through and shine a light on the dark parts of them that they're trying to hide. What parts are they trying to hide? They don't want to turn around and admit to themselves that they aren't really in control of what they're doing. They're a channel for darkness. So they are just simply in a position that they don't even understand what they're doing a lot of the time, or why they're doing it a lot of the time. And that's because they have essentially said, I'm unwilling to turn around and allow that light to show me what needs to be healed. I'm going to do whatever I can to stay facing the opposite direction. And the devil says, okay, bet. Perfect. Perfect. He then uses that person to create cords with others so that he, the devil, artificial intelligence, can connect that cord, connect that straw to you. And he's not putting anything in you with the narcissist. He's taking it out. Essentially, he's trying to get whatever's coming through that higher channel and suck it down to the lower straw and have it go right through you and right out as you pour yourself out to the narcissist. So then why is it that narcissists love control so much? It's because subconsciously, they don't want anybody to see that they know that they're not really in control. Because part of them knows that eventually there's going to be light that filters through, and it's going to shine some of that darkness to their own attention. That's why the narcissist is able to flip things around and hate you and love bomb you while inside despising you, wanting to get back at you. For what? You're facing the light. They're trying to have control over you because you have control over you. And they don't have control over their own self. So if they can get control over you, someone who was facing the light, someone who saw what needed to be seen, then they can try and do it in the darkness for themselves. How do they do it in the darkness for themselves? After they study you and figure out how you did it, they siphon your light. That's how the devil allows them to close that out with you, because many people will realize, oh, this person's a narcissist, and get away. Some people obviously don't, but the ones who do, how is that still used by the devil to bring you down? Because before that narcissist leaves, they will try and suck out every last bit of light from the straw that you hold so that they can use it for their own benefit. And they despise you way before that even has a chance to happen, because subconsciously, and maybe even to some degree consciously, they are aware of what they are doing. They are aware that they are putting on the facade that they are in control, especially of you, knowing damn well that in the end, they need you to allow them to have access to your light after they hurt you, if this plan has any chance of working at all. That's why they need to keep you asleep to what they're doing. Be safe out there.
So first day after some intense moon energies, we have a mental battle coming to an end. We have having to go back and re-look at something that you thought was completed, because there is this death and rebirth that you were resisting in the last cycle, that it's time for it now. King of Coins on the bottom of the deck. It's time for the death and rebirth so that you can get the abundance. It's time for the death and rebirth so that you can get the stability. It's time for the death and rebirth so that that battle that was going on in your mind that you finally put down doesn't find a way back to you. Yeah, it's like building your sense of community after being in a state of solitude. It's in a way that you couldn't ever see it coming. It's like you're not going to see how it comes in, and then all of a sudden it's just going to be there. This is like a surprise type community building. The Hermit. Ace of Cups reversed. Because you're finally feeling your feelings, it turns up that magnetism that like is almost like a interesting. My phone was just dying as I said, almost like a lighthouse. And then battery low. Your light was low before. The battery was low on your lighthouse before, and now it's back on. It's charged. The Fool reversed. You're not playing the Fool anymore. You're ready to... Three of Swords reversed, Wheel of Fortune. Release what you experienced through channeling it out as love. It's like you're finally able to take everything you experienced and learned and share it. And that's the last step in what you need to do to release it. But before, you had no one to really share it with because there wasn't that sense of community. So this is like you now have turned up your magnetism to start to draw in that sense of community that's going to really trigger that rebirth. It's like you already did the death part of the death and rebirth, and now you just have to do the rebirth part. And it's really about expression. It's about not holding back. It's about expression. It's Hanged Man in reverse, or the Hanged Man upright with the Fool in reverse. You are basically everything that you were holding in that needed to find a way out. You are the one who figured out a way to build the bridge so that people can come to you. Like, you don't need to go seek it now. All you had to do was, it's like you're on one side of a cliff and everybody else was on the other side of the cliff. And you're like, hey guys, like I have something I want to share with you, but you're over there. So you built the bridge from one side to the other, and now you wait and they come to you. It's like the sense of community is coming to you in a way that you could have never anticipated or seen coming, though. It's like I'm getting the image of like the sun turning up, like the light of the sun turning up, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, not to turn into like a conspiracy reading, but you know how like the sun used to be way brighter and not completely covered by everything? It's like that. It's like if all of a sudden it went back to how it used to be. Like, that's what it feels like in terms of your sense of, or your building up of community. Secrets out. Okay, cool. All right. They laughed at you when you tried to share with them what was in your heart or what was on your mind. They mocked you. They ridiculed you. They made you feel small. They made you feel stupid. You went on with your life, and they stayed so focused on holding on to the power they felt like they had over you when they were making you feel small. So you went on and you did things in your life. You healed, you grew, you learned, you discovered, you uncovered, you unpretzeled, you put the puzzle together. And the whole time, they counted on you coming back around into where they could kind of grasp you and kind of catch themselves up by getting this major boost off of still being able to control or manipulate you. It's crazy because all that time and all that laughing that they did, it turns out they were just laughing at their own jokes. The joke that they became because you went and moved on, and all they did was sit there waiting, praying that when you came back around, they could break you. How pathetic. Harsh truths that you need to hear. Why do you need to hear them? Because you're holding too much in. Yes, and you have to you have to release it. You have to let it out. Unstrangle yourself. What is the thing that's blocking you from releasing? Man-made disaster. You're doing it to yourself. I did say harsh truths. Why are you doing it to yourself? outside. You're hiding your gift from the world. Why? You're waiting for the right time. What do you think the right time is? New World Order. You're waiting for external things to show you a confirmation of the changes you already want to make on the inside. Where are we going with that? Oh. Make the changes before you go down the wrong path. Okay, what else? What's a different... No, okay, same thing. How to take your power back? Okay, yeah, water supply. Okay. What step you need to take to call back your power? Stop acting like you... it's not that you think you owe shit to people. What is it? It's not you owe shit to people. Oh, you're avoiding people. Oh, secret revealed. You're avoiding people. Why? Lack of self-love or fear of something externally? All the pieces coming back together. Fear of something externally. What is it? Putting the fire out. Oh! You just moved past a big chapter from your past, and you just kind of want to avoid people that you feel like would trigger you back into that same mindset, but you've been doing it a little too long, and now you have to start to step out again. Yes, this is my main confirmation card, because I do this series, News in Reverse, and the first news prediction that I did, it was about a boat, and it happened like the next day, so this is like a big confirmation card for me. Oh shit. That's the external confirmation that you were waiting for. Now go. Oh, okay. I got it. Cool. Energy cannot be just deleted. It can be transformed, but not deleted. A lot of us have been holding in a lot for a long time. Specifically, lightworkers, specifically those who share a message of love. Because there are groups who purposely made it so that we could not release what it is that we were holding on to. Is that fair to say? Tunnel. Could not release. Couldn't get out of the tunnel. This card, when it's in reverse, I always say light at the end of the tunnel. No light at the end of the tunnel because it's upright. So they wanted to trap us in this tunnel with our feelings, with our emotions that we couldn't otherwise release, because the second we release them, we fall back into their trap and then we look crazy. Yeah, run away. I like to think that God's got jokes, right? Because the name TikTok, the collective, the ones who are doing readings, the one who are sharing motivational things and love, and basically any way that you're sharing your experience from a place of love with the intention to help others. TikTok, God's saying, time's up. We're very close to a breakthrough because of what we've been able to share that we previously had to hold on to. Surveillance in reverse. They never could have seen it coming the way it's going to come. Surveillance in reverse. They thought that the world would never be able to see what we were holding on to. Because just one of us, just two of us, it's just a story, right? We didn't really go through all that. But when you have thousands of people talking about the same type of experiences, you quickly start to realize that this is actually a spiritual war. And TikTok is a camp that's brought us all together so we can get ready to fight back. Watch my last video. I just explained that this is my main confirmation card. I do a series news in reverse. My first prediction that I did news-wise was about a boat. It happened like the next day. We're taking the power back. We were all doing it individually. There's about to be a big movement for us all to come together. Because we have to show those who are going through it now how to get through it. They're not going to be able to stop us this time. Partner in reverse.
Something that you were working on and making progress on has come to like a stall or a stop, or at least you perceive that it has. Why? As in you, it's like one of those like a watched pot doesn't boil or something like that, or is it that outside pressure? Outside pressure. Okay. That. In what way is outside pressure stopping your movement? Yes, stopping your movement. Outside people are trying to drain you of your light so that you cannot move forward. But it's like, I give this analogy sometimes as an above ground pool, and there's like a little hole in it, right? So like it's draining out water, but it's not like gushing out. It's not going to drain the whole pool overnight, but it is draining the water. And then you also have this energy of like, where's my energy going? So then you're thinking about it too, because you're trying to figure out where it's going. So that kind of makes the hole a little bigger, so to speak, of the water coming out, or at least makes the pressure, more water come out. That's what this is. People are draining you in a way that you're not seeing that they're draining you. And if you want to move forward, all you have to do is make that adjustment when it comes to that. It's like if you were to walk forward now and not take care of this leak before you walk forward, the pressure of what you're walking into will make the hole bigger, and it'll drain more of your energy if you don't cut it now. That's kind of, yes, in space. You want to make sure that all the water stays in the space in the pool. And there's, because it's interesting, because we got in the beginning, is it because of outside pressure? There may be people here who are purposely poking a hole in your pool while telling you to your face that they hope you do well and they're for you. Yeah. So you might want to check those close connections and who am I feeling drained around, or who is it that when I'm around them afterwards, I'm like, what the heck just happened? I feel like I ran a marathon, but I didn't do anything. Or I feel like I'm just like in a state of mental ping pong and I just don't understand why. That person's poking a hole in your pool. Inside mental health, mental health reverse, they want to get in your head. Why? They're trapped. And somehow, whatever they're doing to you is their release, or at least they perceive that it's their release. Oh, strangulation in reverse, witness in reverse, school. They don't want you to wake up. I didn't mean to do that. That was funny timing. School fell out. They don't want you to wake up. They don't want you to learn. They don't want you to wake up to the fact that they've been doing a lot more than just poking a hole in your pool. The mighty. Abuse of power. All the pieces coming back together. I meant to drop both cards, but this one's stuck in my hand. So, family in reverse. Do with that what you will. Okay, so it is October 1st. We have a brand new month ahead. Travel. What do your guides want you to focus on in the beginning of this month? Cutting out the people that were referenced in the last reading I just did. Oh my gosh. Well, being that the card was family in reverse, yes, cutting out the people who you know need to be cut out. Justice, yes, okay. What would your guides like you to do in the middle of the month?
You cut off people, it leaves a little bit of a hole. You fill the hole with self-love. Yes, got rid of the poison. Okay, that's good. What about the end of the month? Taking back your power. Yes, taking back your power. Okay, that's all. I didn't mean to do that. That was funny timing. School fell out. They don't want you to wake up. They don't want you to learn. They don't want you to wake up to the fact that they've been doing a lot more than just poking a hole in your pool. The mighty abuse of power. All the pieces coming back together. I meant to drop both cards, but this one's stuck in my hand. So, family in reverse. Do with that what you will. So I noticed in my last reading that my little lava lamp thing is not on because I have my phone plugged in, but what needs to be charged for you this month? Like, what do you need to plug in for the month of October to have the most success? End of the road for coming out of the tunnel. End of the road for holding back about what? People wanting you not around. Taking back your power by speaking on the things you've been holding back about the people that didn't want you around. The mighty shall fall. Outer space, underwater. Once you tell your story, there's nowhere for them to hide. From the tippy top to the very bottom, the mighty will fall. The first will be last, and the last will be first. Because they were never on our side. Time's up. If you woke up feeling abnormally tired today, like you slept pretty decently well, life insurance in reverse. What was going on in your dreams or sleep state that caused you to be so tired when you woke up this morning? Life insurance in reverse. Oh. Mask off, life insurance in reverse. Credit card application, it says. You learned something in your dream that was really intense. What was it? Oh. Dream you learned about something that had been either taken or attempted to be taken from you, and you spent a lot of time contemplating it and unpretzeling it, unpacking it. That's why you're so tired. Your mind was like you found out the thing, and then it was like, let me run until I can figure it out as much as possible before I wake up so that I can have the best chance to translate it to my waking state. Yes! That was like a bunch of cards in there too. Let's see what they are. That seems important. Strangulation in reverse, private property. Somebody's scared you're going to talk about something, and that's why this was revealed to you in your dream. It's almost like you had this download coming anyway, and someone used black magic or something to make it so that this came in your dream, because they knew it was going to have to come, but they made sure that it came in your dream. The eyelashes. So that false flag. Epstein Island. Justice on the bottom of the deck. Republican. Someone tried to alter a download that you were getting. They only had the ability to confuse you about it in a dream state. Is that what it is? Yep, hands tied. Like I know this person is going to get this download. I do something so that it happens during dream state, or I know it's going to happen during dream state. Basically, someone was able to hack into like a timeline and see what was happening, or like had a general idea of when it was coming. And it was like, if this happens in the dream state, I can project myself into this person's dream and try and alter the way that they're viewing this download. Crossroad, have them take a different path.
Take this road instead of this road. What road did they want you to take? They wanted to convince you that they were not the bad guy so that you would wake up and basically allow them to siphon your download during the day. Mental health in reverse. They tried to bring you back to the past. It didn't work though. Why didn't it work? You didn't go. You didn't go where? You didn't drown. Oh! They wanted you to not be able to understand something in your dream so that you would get upset about it and bury it, and instead you turned around and transmuted it. Betraying one's own country. That's that couple card. Who is it? Who is it in your dream? You already know. This person's in the shadows, but it's reversed. Unorganized, because organized is reversed. What's the clue that you need to confirm who this person in the shadows is? Because you have an idea. This is the confirmation. You know they've been watching you. This is a follow-up to the video that says slept well but tired. So I talked about surveillance in reverse. Oh no, we don't see this coming. Well, I was going to say, what is the download that they're trying to alter or block? So if you align with that message, this is the rest of it. Surveillance in reverse. We didn't see it coming. We didn't see what coming. Oh. That couple card. That's on X. It's someone who has a little bit more animosity for you than what an ex would have. No regrets. Why are they willing to roll the dice and risk being found out? Because here's the thing. The more they put into it, once you do get that download, you find out about more of it. So they know that it's very risky to keep going with this right now. Why are they risking it? End of the road. For what? Oh. Someone knows they can't stand a chance with you in your waking state, so they're trying to get you to karma swap during the dream state. Taking your gifts. Because they can't take you out, so they can just take your gifts. And make you want to take yourself. Yeah. Are they done, or do they have more attempts? Looks like they're done. Because now, what they tried to send to you, since you now are aware of what was happening, goes back to them. Not a return to sender, just a you fuck around, you find out. Oh, guess that's all. If you feel like somebody projected themselves into your dream state last night, and you either can vaguely remember the dream, you can very much remember the dream, or you can feel their energy now and you're like, ooh, get out. This is why they're doing it. Alive. Because they, from whatever they did to you, expected you to not be this, alive, and here you are, better off without them. Yeah, better off without them. They no longer have a place at your table, and they know that. And they're trying to make you self-sabotage and break the whole table so that it looks to them like, oh, I never wanted to be there anyway. Corruption exposed, huh? How do you get this person out of your energy? correct course on a certain way that you're looking at it, they are going, it's a time thing. They have a certain allotted time until they're going to be pushed out of your energy. What's the time? 24 hours. Military time. They are going to be in your energy for 24 hours. It's like they bought a ticket. Is there anything you can do to get them out? No. How did they get this? Real flag. Almost like you transmuted 90% of your karma, but they held 10% secret for this so that they could use this as a payback for that karma. They held your karma for a while. Outside, run away and kidnapped, fell out. Hands tied, but I run away with my hands tied. It's like they did a karma swap to buy off some of your karma and experience some of your karma so that they could then have this 24 hours to project. Travel, can't get them out, yeah. When did they do this? Timeline issue. When you didn't have time for them before they made the decision. It was already done. Oh no. When you didn't have time for them before, it triggered them to consider this decision, but they made the decision when? Oh, it's ego. They were already mad at you, but it's when you held up a mirror to show them who they were that they said, you know what? I'm going to give this person a dose of their karma back that I was holding on to. I'm going to go there. Because they already took your karma in order to have this experience. It's like I siphon some of the energy that's coming towards you and I experience so that I'm still connected to you, so that in this time frame I'm able to project into your dreams. To control you. Why? To take your gift. Why? So that you drown in your emotions. Oh, it's a narcissist. Uncovered. It's black magic. Jealousy revealed. Putting the fire out. Don't compete where you don't compare. Secrets out about the conspiracy. What conspiracy? They wanted to take you out. But they couldn't. Because they couldn't control your mind. This person rolled the dice on you being the fake person. Holy shit. This is like, imagine karma is like a car driving towards you. This is like that person takes the whole vehicle and keeps it in their garage and tries to transmute that. Basically tries to transmute it so that they have that energy so that they can then give it back to you because it was always yours to begin with. This person believed that you weren't really changed or you weren't really healed and that you were faking it. So they thought, if I can come into your dream state, give you back this karma that was yours, give you back this lesson that you're pretending to learn, you will, in your waking state, make decisions based off of that unhealed version of you. But that version is healed. So they're in your energy, but they now know that there's nothing they can do. Oh, wow. So that plan B that I mentioned in the other reading, you had not that much time to figure it out, but it didn't take me much time to figure out what move you made. You tried to lure me into an investigative route so that it wouldn't work and you could trip me up on a live knowing I wasn't there for that. Found the poison. Not necessarily the person that asked the question. It has nothing to do with the person. It's getting me to see that specific question and then trying to carrot stick me down that path, knowing that you were going to be able to interfere because you're in my energy for 24 hours. You think you're covered up. You're not. So when I posted that, there's a couple other people who are going through very similar energy vampires. I think I'm slick. I think I'm hiding, but this person is a psychic, so they see me type thing, situation. Are these, what do you say? Leech, parasite. Are they going to be gone by tomorrow? Like, is this a 24-hour thing? Really? 24-hour? Because before I got military, but it was in reverse. So why was it in reverse? Oh! Drop for confirmation. And that was my elbow, my funny bone. It's funny because it's not a timed thing. They have one shot at you. I thought it was 24 hours. That's why it was reversed. It was saying my shot was going to come in 24 hours. So basically, they have one attempt to get you to self-sabotage or to get you to forget about your light or dim your light. And if that attempt doesn't work, see you later. End of the road. End of the road. The supply is on the other side. How do you say? There was a line drawn in the sand and they chose to be on the wrong side. Partner, top secret revealed. What's coming to us now as the reward after we get them out? Oh. Our reward is a long time coming because our reward isn't a reward that the typical person would look at as a reward. Our reward is the difference it makes in the world when these people finally get the lessons to not do this to another person. Female in reverse, release. Oh. We release them from our energy, or when they are released from our energy from this last attempt that they have on us, their karma begins. It was all or nothing into this last attempt. Communication, crime of passion in reverse, it didn't work, but they put everything into it to try and mess with the downloads. They have one opportunity to get you to mess up on translating some download, to get you to lose just enough confidence in yourself that they can get you on that slippery slope. It's not going to work. Your inner child is very proud of you for a decision that you made that the old version of you would not have made. It has something to do with prioritizing, not holding in your emotions when it comes to sharing certain things with the world, or when it comes to staying tunnel visioned, maybe when there is some challenges, especially when it comes to what you're speaking on. You've been carrying a heavy burden and you feel like to release the burden, you had to kind of like break some kind of very thick barrier. And you chose yourself. You chose self-love. And because of that, the barrier that you broke down was a lot easier to break down than you anticipated it being. And that wasn't because the barrier was like less thick or less hard. It was because you got that much stronger, and the strength that you, it's almost like melting an ice wall type of thing, the effect that whatever you did had here. And you didn't see it coming in quite this way,
It's almost like you thought it was just going to be like another thing, another day, and then it actually unlocked something for you, or unlocked a lot for you. Maybe gave you some answers, or is going to start to bring in some answers, at least, to why you had to walk away from certain things and people in order to get the wheel turning towards what was for you. Especially when it comes to people who were around you who were blocking you, almost like a shield to keep you in so that you could not get out. You broke, that's the ice wall, that's the barrier that you broke through. You now are free from you being the only one trapped inside of the ice wall and everyone else on the outside. You've melted that ice wall, and now there's just enough space to escape. And it has a lot to do with who you walked away from. It has a lot to do with like speaking up when your voice shakes type of thing. It has a lot to do with people trying to lure you into a trap so that you would have to stay in the ice wall, almost like they were standing around the ice wall with freezers. And that, like, think of like a shield that's made out of like the coldest air you can possibly blow, and then you're in the middle of what's like a circular ice wall. Throat chakra. You're in the middle of a circular ice wall, and you're trying to melt it with your flame, with your fire, with your heat, with your passion, and they're standing there with ice trying to freeze you. Except it didn't work. Your inner child is very proud of you. Your inner child is very proud of you. Let me clear my throat. They really wanted to keep you trapped, but you reached across and you found the scissors and the key to free yourself. You then had to go on this mission of really like holding the world up on your shoulders so that it didn't collapse on you. See how it's like torn there? You had to basically transmute the energy of this to heal this section so that you could walk away without this all collapsing. Then we have basically the transmutation of energy that happened here you brought with you. That's this. And these are like little lotus flowers floating there. So you quite literally grew through what you went through, and you learned to love what you've earned from your pain. And then we have this. We have you kind of stepping out, starting to tell your story. We have support behind you, even if it's not with you yet. It's there, it's ready to come support you. The mountains are now in the distance, the rainbow is out, things are getting better. Then we have the people who wanted to keep you in this energy, and as you can see, this is the person and this is you. You're turning into a ghost. You're not there anymore. And the person who tried to keep you trapped is feeling like this. They're feeling very sad. They're feeling very low. They're not in the boat. They're stuck. They're like, I don't know how to move forward. They don't love that people are supporting you. That's their least favorite part. They feel like if they could have been the one to been able to support you, then they could have still had a chance to sabotage you. But now that you have outside support, they know that that's a no-go. And then we have you earning your crown from that support that's coming in. So basically, they lost. I get asked a lot about helping people find their life purpose. And while on the surface, it's different for everyone, obviously, the blueprint or the foundation of the answer is the same for all of us. You are your purpose. Every challenge that you've overcome, every experience that you've had, all of it tied together, every piece is your purpose. You have a unique energy imprint that you are meant to leave on this world, like your thumbprint, that only you can leave. So your purpose then lies in discovering that, seeing it clearly, and then sharing that journey with the world so that they can do the same. Our purpose has never been outside of us. It's always been to light up that magnet inside so that we all come back together. So looking into what message is coming in for you, but the first card that came out I find very interesting. Came out in reverse. It's 8 of Pentacles, but look how he has the key, and he has like all these other keys on the ground, and he has like some books here, but it was in reverse. It's making me feel like someone's been trying to get a message to you, but they're not sure what words to use to get their point across thoroughly to you. There's a feeling of coming in with a lot of passion here. Especially we have like grounded energy with the Knight of Pentacles, and then we have fire energy with the Ace. So it's like, I want to come in with a message that's very meaningful, but I don't want to rush in just because it's time. I want to, one at a time, step by step, take it slowly and make sure that I do this right. Also, I find it interesting that up in this card, the doorway of this little building that's up in the sky looks like a keyhole. So like this would be you and this is the other person, and you're like looking in the treasure chest like, what else do I have to give this person before they can come with the key type thing. But we have 8 of Swords reversed, so it's like, or 8 of Wands reversed. There's this feeling of waiting and needing to get over the anxiousness that comes with the waiting period before the waiting period is over. Like the waiting period will subside once you aren't looking at it as, oh my gosh, how much longer do I have to wait? Once you learn to enjoy the present moment and not be consciously or constantly future focusing yourself. Not that it's wrong to be future focused, but you're not focused on the present moment at all because you're only focused on, I'll be happy when, or this is going to happen when, that type of thing. So this is like learning to be happy in the now. And when you do is when it comes through for you. Yeah, interesting. I said when you do is when it comes through for you. This is cutting away. She's grabbing the scissors and the key, cutting away. This would be the passion coming in. Also, it has the flag. It's like I'm waving my white flag, but it's not a white flag because it's fire. It's my passion flag. And then this would be the transition. So the message is coming after you learn to enjoy where you're at right now and not only like jump yourself into the future so much so that you're no longer present in the here and now. If you are someone who aligned with my messages yesterday about someone being in your energy, I said about it being like a one and done, like they had one shot at you. They did. But in order to get them out of your energy, you also have to do something. So you pass the test, and then you have to do something that you've been holding back. It's not just like do anything. It's like do that thing, right? The thing that you've been contemplating, the thing that you've been thinking about. It's like that wasn't it. That wasn't the end. Now it's time to get up in front of the class and present the project type thing based off of now that you realize you made a very tough decision, you made the right choice, you got through that hard test, what did that unlock for you? And what are you supposed to do with that information? That's the only way to get this person or people completely out of your energy. Because you can do it. Look, she has the key. And then the next card is like this person with the lock and the key. So it's like you're able to actually lock this person back out and re-ground yourself here, which is very, very important. But this is the last card, and it's the treasure chest. It's like you were given the treasure chest by passing the test, especially because you passed the test with them in your energy. So as they sat there watching you recognize the test, go through the test and pass it, they couldn't do anything but just sit there and watch. And it's almost like, I don't even know how to explain it, like our higher selves set up this thing where it's like, okay, you had to watch that, but now you're going to have to watch an extra thing before you leave.
You're going to watch me transmute or translate whatever I just received in terms of a download. You're going to get to watch me open the box so you can see what I'm about to do with it. And then once that happens, then you can leave my energy. So it's not just you pass the test. After you pass that test, they're still in your energy. You have to do the thing that brings you the next step forward using what you just learned from the test. Very important to know, because they're not out until you act. So I keep having these same two cards come out back to back, and I think I finally realized what the meaning is. So this is us kind of painting a picture of what we want to see, writing it down. This is like representing our higher self here, and this is representing the guidance that's coming in, so our higher self tells us what we really need to be focusing on. This is us then going on the journey, almost like Harry Potter style. And then we have to step into that divine authority that's waiting for us. And when we do, it causes this whole rebirth. It's like it reignites the fire that was showing on the outside. It reignites it on the inside again, because it's almost like we had to dull that to protect ourselves, because this fiery external was scaring the shit out of everybody and they weren't ready for it. But we don't care anymore. So this is like we're rebirthing into that. And then we're leaving behind all of this brokenness. And look, the fire that we're leaving behind is what's meant to be left for everyone else. But like we have to go and handle some stuff that's going to be happening here. And then this is like what we're bringing to the table. We're trying to bring nourishment for those whose fires have been put out so they can put them back to life. And this is where this comes in very, very appropriately, because this is our inner child. This whole process here was just ignited when our own inner child finally unlocked this. It let out this light, and that light is what our current self is now seeing. So I'm imagining our inner child is up there, and that's the higher realm version that's now being replicated down here. So it's kind of like that. So our inner child gave us the key that unlocked this treasure chest, that allowed for our internal fire to match our external fire. And now we go handle business and help people nourish back to life, because this was the plan from the very beginning and nobody could stop it.
Let's do what would our spirit guides say to those who just tried to be in our energy and absolutely failed miserably, horribly at any piece of the plan that they had. I don't know, just random topic. Frozen. Oh, like there's nothing else that you can do but sit there and watch. You can't even get out of it. You have to sit there and watch. I almost feel like maybe that's part of your karma. The long time coming karma, huh? It's crazy because it almost feels like you spent so long trying to paint this certain image that the whole time was a projection of your darkness. And you damn well knew that. You knew that. You weren't manipulated. You knew it. You knew it down to your blueprint. You knew it down to your core. Because for a while, I thought maybe you truly thought that. Maybe you truly viewed it that way. Maybe you just thought you were doing the right thing because deep down you thought there was darkness there. That wasn't the case, huh? Almost like a Britney Spears type of situation.
where you want to control someone so much so that they can't find out what you were doing. So I would say that the spirit guide's message is probably one, since you're frozen and all you can do is sit there and watch, maybe spend some time thinking for the first time in a long time about what you need to do to look yourself in the mirror, because you've been running so long that you don't know how. There is a way that you can learn, since you're stuck watching anyway. You can watch and learn. Watch as I transmute the energy like I've been doing the whole time, the energy that you put in me that is your darkness. Don't see it, but it's there. Yours. And you didn't see it because I was holding on to it. Because I was trying to study it, pick it apart. At first I thought it was mine. It wasn't. Once I learned it was yours, I still had to transmute it and get it out of me. So I tried to turn it to light, to send it back to you as light. But in order for you to receive it as light, you would have had to align with that vibrational frequency. And this whole time I was placed in your path to try and get you to do that, so that when it did get sent back to you, because it was always coming back to you, it was never staying with me. I was never darkness. And you knew that deep down. I was placed in your path so that you could see the light. So that when it came back to you as light that was transmuted by me, it wouldn't completely topple you over. But you had to align with the frequency of light to be able to income that as light and not just reflect it back because you're darkness. It's coming back to you as light, but you're not in the vibration of light. So you are reflecting that back out into the world, creating more karma for yourself. So you have to learn a harder lesson that you could have learned a long time ago if you wouldn't have been so dead set on making me become just like you, just so you could prove yourself right. There's an energy of like people coming back, but it's like I'm coming back to try and offer you something that I took from you, or something that I prevented you from having because of my place in your life previously. There's a feeling of like all the color was sucked out of the scene in your life the last time that this person was in there, and it's like they're coming back now that your life has color to be like, here's the color that I took back then, and you're like, I paint it better colors now. This card makes me think of like, you know how when you have a new business and you cut the thing to open the doors, the banner. That's what that's making me think. And the one is holding a timer, and the other is holding like a mask. So it's like you went one way and this person went another, and they see whatever it is that you're opening or you're starting, and they're like, oh, it's time to conveniently come back in now, see what I can get out of this. This makes me think of like Neverland, like going away somewhere that you created for yourself, and they're like, no, let me come, don't go by yourself, I want to come with you type thing. Because then we have these two up in the treehouse together. They are trying to come back in and climb the ladder of the treehouse that you built so that they can have a spot there, because they know that something else is about to happen they don't want to be on the ground for. So then we have this, which is quite literally making me think of you not necessarily going to battle with this person, because as you can see, it's like we're my phone dying just then. They're walking hand in hand, but like this is the ghost of the person. The person's like laying back down there. So it's like you're not going to outright say to this person everything you want to say because you just aren't even in the space to care anymore. You're so beyond what it was that this person did that they want at the very least some kind of confrontation, and you're like, no, just you can paint whatever picture you want of me and take that with you as I stay back here. And it's like in the sand, kind of looking to feed it, because there is emotions that goes with this. This person does have some kind of space that is going to be left empty upon this cutting off. And it's like you find a way to heal yourself with the people who are already now in place to be in your life. You're like, I thought that I needed that person, or I thought I needed that kind of support, or I thought I needed almost like a piece of my past to keep me grounded. But you're now recognizing that you do that all for yourself. And then the last card is the origin card, which to me is like perfect, because it's like you're getting back to your origin. You're getting back to who you were all along. And it's like you're opening it, you're seeing it. There's that test in between, but at the end, you ascend to your highest origin, so you win. But it seems basically like someone's coming back in as a little test, but it's a test that you're going to pass with such flying colors, because you quite literally couldn't give a shit less if you were in a room full of shits. You just don't, you've literally let it all go to the point where this person could literally jump up and down on every single one of your wounded triggers, and you'd be like, I don't care, because in order for you to trigger that trigger, I would have to first value or respect your opinion, and I just literally can't. So you're passing the test before it even happens. Someone judged you too harshly or too quickly. They wanted to put you in a box because they felt like if you were not in this box, they don't hold a match to your flame. There's a feeling of wanting to stop connections that you were trying to manifest. It's almost like they wanted you to receive the things, but they wanted to behind the scenes be kind of sabotaging the connections that you were trying to draw in. There's like a feeling of like a lot all over the place. There's a feeling of wanting to keep you where they can control you. And because you fought back to this initially, they saw you as a threat. And that translated to them like, this person is a problem because they're not going to go along easily with my plan. So now I have to shift my plan into stopping them to prove myself right. So in order to prove their self right, they had to make you become that picture that they painted of you that they knew was not you in the first place. So they judged you instantly as being the problem. And no matter what you did, you were going to be the problem. They considered you the problem before you even got a full sentence out when it comes to defending yourself against what they were doing to you. They felt as though you did not have the right to defend yourself. They wanted to keep you trapped. They wanted to keep you not learning about who you are. It's like, I want you to see yourself as stuck so that you don't turn around and turn these lights on that show you yourself. Because that person knew that if you saw yourself, that you would reflect back to them who they are, and they're not ready to see that. And that's what caused you to be the problem for this person that they couldn't get away from. the roots that they tried so hard to dig up, but they couldn't dig up because you were 10 toes deep. You had all toes down in, I know who I am. Even before you knew who you were, you at least knew who you were not. And you knew that what they were trying to project onto you was who you were not. And that kind of was the catalyst for you going on the journey of figuring out who you were, because you were like, hold on. You're projecting that onto me. You're real sure about it, it seems. But I know that that's not me. But since you want so bad to make it seem like that's me, I'm going to go ahead and show everybody who I am so that you can be proven wrong. That's the journey you went on here. And they're stuck. They're trapped. There's nowhere that they can go, specifically like in your hometown, wherever your hometown is. If this was like a hometown scenario initially, at least if it started there, or at least partially started there, all of the people who were on the outside looking in, who used to believe whatever it was said against you, are now like, wait a minute, the math isn't mathing here, because I can see this person's life now, and there's no way that they'd have that, or there's no way they'd have those gifts, or there's no way they'd have that perspective, or there's no way they'd be able to speak on that. Whatever it is, it just wouldn't be that way if what was being said about you was true. And it's all because this person judged you instantly, and it was because in somehow, some way, you stood to the defense of yourself. And it didn't matter what you did after that, because you were going to be the problem. And their only solution to the problem, you're the problem, and their only solution to you, the problem, is to make you become the actual problem that they are so convinced in their own mind that you are. So then it became less about you actually being the problem and more about making themselves right. And then you being the problem was just like the side cart to that. It was no longer the main dish, when initially it was. That's why they were able to kind of ramp up their dislike for you so much, because every time you stood back up, every time you dusted yourself off, it became that much more difficult for them to see how, in the future or even in the present, they were going to be able to try to convince other people that you were the problem, when you were the one coming up with solutions for the problems that they were sending to you. So, you feel like you're falling backwards, but you're actually just stressed. Your brain is, there's like a 10% portion of your brain that's hyper focusing on one thing and won't unlatch from it. And it's causing you to be more stressed than you're recognizing that you should be. And that is what's making you feel like you're falling backwards. So like, let's say you think 100% of your brain is focused over there, right? But actually 10% is focused over there and 90% over there. And you're confused because you feel like, if this is my 100%, what the heck happened? Because I must have went backwards, because my 100% now feels like 90%. But actually there's 10% that's just like glued to this one topic that you kind of can't figure out how to let go of, because it's a subconscious thing. It's like trying to figure out, you know what it is? It's like you're stuck on the why in terms of somebody else's decision. Like, why would that person do that? How could that person do that? And it's like your brain wants to make sense of it so bad that it's like, I'm not letting go of this little bit. Like, I'm going to hold on and study it and study it and study it constantly around the clock until I can figure it out, so I can unpretzel it. And you just aren't able to understand it, because you would just never make that type of decision. It's like somebody sold you out, or somebody gave you the feeling of you're expendable or you're disposable, or like, I can just toss you away. Your brain wants so bad to make sense of it. So it's like, I'm not letting go of it. The Empress came out in reverse. It hurt your feelings. And that's part of it, is you're like, man, I don't want this to have hurt my feelings. But at the same time, just the dynamic of what the person did, how could that not hurt anyone's feelings? I think that's part of it too. You're like, I've healed, and I've healed especially this type of wound. Why am I still affected by it? And it's because this person just did you dirty. But the Tower came out in reverse, so you averted the disaster that would have came from letting this person walk all over you, or at least trample all over your life. So whatever you did to get this person out, even if it's them that walked away, they did you a favor. If it's you that did it, you made the right decision. There is this little bit of still hanging on, and you're not hanging on to the person. And if you're still having memories of the person pop up at random, if you're still missing them, if you're still upset about them, know that you're not still attached to that person. That person hurt you so bad that your soul is like, nope, I'm good. Lovers in reverse on the bottom of the deck. Nope, I'm good. But there's part of your psyche, part of your logic, part of your consciousness that's like, I want to understand this because I just need to know that I can see it next time before it happens. And you just need to trust that you have the experiences that you won't not see it. You'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see the signs. You've trained your energy to pick up on that person's energy. But there's a part of this that logically you might not ever be able to make sense of, because you just aren't in that same energy that you would make that low of a decision to step on another person the way that they stepped on you. And you might not be able to logically understand right now. You may someday. Maybe you need to know more about their story and why they're in the state that they're in. That's not an excuse, but if you're trying to understand the logic, but that's not something that's going to happen right now. It seems like this connection is done for this time, and that's how it's supposed to be. So there isn't any of that getting more information from that person. So it's, how can we accept that some things we just can't understand, because we, even putting ourselves in that person's shoes, still wouldn't make that decision. And that's because you're further on your evolutionary soul journey than they are. And you may have slipped into making that same decision in a past life or lifetimes ago, but you're so far past it now, it's meant to be kind of like a kudos to you, like showing you your growth. And when you begin to let go of trying to understand the logic, just know that you've given yourself enough time to try and understand the logic. And if you were going to be able to understand it, you would have by now. But you just aren't in that energy. You aren't. It's like trying to have a MacBook read coding from like the very first computer and process it on the screen of a Mac. It's going to look, even if it comes up kind of pixelated big, it's not going to look right. You understand it to the best of your ability. You've tried to put yourself in that person's shoes. You've done the, okay, what would I do if I was really in this situation? And you still can't get yourself to be like, this is what I would do. I would step on someone and hurt them in this way. That's when you let go. That is all you logically need to understand from this to be able to now transmute it. You think you need to understand it logically 100%, but you need to understand it to 100% of your logic. And your logic stops where other people's begins when it comes to being willing to step on other people at their expense for your pleasure. So accepting that some things you just can't understand because they're below your pay grade in terms of your soul. Your soul's credit card doesn't work in that machine. You're not going to be able to download that logic onto your supercomputer. You are the MacBook, and that person is operating at like a Nintendo 64. They're not even a computer. It's a gaming system. They're playing a game while you are connecting the dots of the web of the world and putting it together and recognizing not to hurt people in that way, because we are all connected. And when we hurt one that way, you are just hurting yourself, either karmically or also literally through sending out something that is causing more darkness in the world. So you can't logically understand something that is not aligned with your consciousness. You've evolved past it. So let that be the lesson for this. Don't look at it as I need to logically understand. Look at it as I'm logically understanding that I have passed this lesson and that is something that I would never do, and that now I'm only going to attract people into my existence that don't need to teach me the same lesson, because now I know for sure that I've learned it for good. They want you defeated, and they're mad that you're not, because they tried to throw everything that they possibly could at you. So what they're really mad at is not the fact that you're undefeated. It's the fact that they couldn't defeat you with everything they had. They wanted you quiet. They get mad when you're loud, because it is not fear that is strongest. It is love and authenticity. And when you speak, that's what comes out, regardless of the picture they tried to paint of the mask they tried to force you to wear. They wanted you stuck. And they're mad every time you take a step forward. Because every time you take a step forward, they get a little bit further out of reach. And they're stuck in place. So every step you move forward, they're reaching and they're not grabbing. They're mad that when you talk, people listen. Especially because of those love and authenticity frequencies that come out when you do. Because they know that the lies that they tell don't have that same frequency. And whether or not the people that you're speaking to believe in frequency, it doesn't matter. They're going to feel the difference. And everything that we feel will be manifested into our reality, because they are producing fear of being exposed every time they think and overthink about how they're coming off, because they know they're spreading lies. They wanted you to overreact to situations that they caused that were way beyond the karma that was due to you. They tried to capitalize on karma and increase it so that you would react in the way that they needed you to react to prove their falsehoods about you. They get mad every time you heal another piece, feel another feeling, or put another piece of the puzzle on the table that shows you clearly who you are, which is exactly what they were trying to cover up. What they wanted to do with all of this the entire time was turn you into who they know that they are. Because you have something that they could never have. And that's the ability to turn around and look at your shadows and dismantle them. They ran from their shadows so long they became them. They just want to know how you did it, because they couldn't. Basically, yes. Think of it as our brains are a supercomputer. Then what will be the difference between us and robots? Our soul. So essentially, we're then here to connect the soul to the supercomputer brain and regain that consciousness, right? And in order to do that, we have to kind of program in what each feeling actually feels like. Because imagine you can like read the word in the dictionary and you're like, oh, okay, anger. A robot can also look at anger in the dictionary and say, oh, anger. Okay, cool. I know what that sounds like. I understand what it's described as, but to actually feel it is like a whole different program that once you feel it once, you know that feeling. So I believe that a big part of why we're here is to basically program our supercomputer brain to know what the feelings feel like that our soul already knows, has coded in, but we experience it to make it part of our individual journey and kind of put that all into the system, check the boxes of we've felt all the feelings, we know what that experience is, so that we can relate to everyone else's story as well. Haven't you ever wondered what would happen if roles were reversed? What if it was them that was in your shoes, that had to make the life and death decisions that they placed you into the scenarios of to try and get you to break? What if it was them that had to make decisions that you otherwise would have never made, but you had to because you were literally fighting to survive? What if it was them that all the things that were happening to them were not caused by them or even their karma, but by outside people trying to swap their karma? What if it was them that had to be judged for every word, every action, every deed, and try and have it flipped in a malicious or dark or evil way, just because that's the energy that everyone around was projecting onto them? What if it was them? I'll tell you what, they wouldn't have been able to handle it like you did. Because they can dish it, but they sure can't take it. And you know that now, because you've seen it firsthand. They can put the mountain on your back and make you carry it, but they won't even put the straps on to put it on their own back because they can't handle it. It's their turn now. It's their turn to sit and wonder, is there anything I can say that they won't flip it around? It's their turn now to sit there and wonder, why is everyone so dead set on making me fit this villain role? Although they know the answer to that. It's their turn now to constantly have to look over their shoulder, not because we're coming for them, but because their deeds are, their karma is. What they have sown, they are now beginning to reap. And what they hate the most is that that is the dynamic of what is happening, and that it's not you. It's their own shadows chasing them. There comes a point when the tables turn, and all of a sudden, those who wanted so badly to poison your plate suddenly realize they were just preparing their own table of poison for later, because you were never going to fall into their trap. Their math wasn't going to add up unless they were able to subtract you from the equation. And they did buy themselves some time, but the time that they bought themselves, they spent it digging a deeper hole that they wanted to trap you in, knowing that if you didn't, they were the one going to fall in that hole. They didn't get what they wanted here, beep for confirmation, because their priorities were so skewed, and their priorities were literally just to prove themselves right about something that they knew that they were incorrect about. And the reason that that began to happen in the first place is because they went and told people too quickly a lie to make themselves look better. That's how it started. And then when they recognized that they now had to cover up for that, that's when it became a game, a competition that they were competing in against their own problem that they created for themselves. They had to keep telling lie after lie after lie to make up for the previous lie. Except when people started to see the truth of one lie, it unraveled all of them. And that's why there was this renewed effort to come against you, because they had to pivot and try a whole different way, because their entire first part of the plan all fell apart from one truth. One truth that you didn't even realize you were putting out there at the time caused their entire train to derail. So that's why it felt like at some point there was this renewed push, or this like second wind, and you're like, what the heck? We've been doing this for so long. Like, why are we restarting this? It's because that was the point when you, without knowing it, dismantled everything that they had against you. Now let me ask you this. If they put all of that time, effort, and energy into plan A, because this wasn't that long ago that the train derailed. So they were going on plan A for a very long time. If you dismantled that entire plan without even recognizing that you were doing it, how much confidence do you think they have in their plan B? Because it's not much. So you shouldn't fear them, because they have nothing. People right now are trying to figure you out, and they're having a hell of a hard time. It's almost like your energy has shifted, where you're kind of communicating in this like code that your higher self is giving you. And they know you're doing this, and they understand bits and pieces of it, but they don't understand all of it, and it's driving them nuts. And at the same time, you've switched away from stuff that's not in that code, and you've pulled back, where before you were kind of being a lot more direct. And they're trying to get the wheel spinning again so they can figure something out about you. So it's like they're going to start to kind of either send people in, or just like randomly maybe like a bunch of your stuff all at once, or something like that, to try and get your attention. They're trying to lure you out of what they consider to be hiding, even though you're not hiding, you're right there, but you're hiding what you were freely giving them access to before, because you didn't recognize how they were flipping it and using it against you. And you recognized that, and you said, okay, I'm still gonna express, I'm still gonna get it out, but I'm not gonna give you ammo. And they can't figure out, because it's not that they're trying to pull you out of character, because now they know they can't. They're just trying to pull you out of inside your mind, because they're picturing that you're like in your brain, sitting in a little chair, typing on a computer with like a whole board up, getting ready to present your case. And they want to do anything to get you to look away from what you're focused on in your mind. And it's causing them tower after tower after tower as they watch you just sit, like quite literally just very chill. Like you just are past the point of anxiety, past the point of, oh, what are they going to do next? You're just like, whatever they do next, they do next. I literally couldn't care less. And they know that, and it's driving them nuts. And their whole house of cards is really starting to crumble now, because after all this time, if they were as close to exposing you as they claim to be, why are you so relaxed and they're so stressed? It almost starts to seem like maybe they're the one that's about to be exposed. Someone that you cut off or went no contact with in the last like 3 to 6 months, maybe. I guess it could be a little longer, but it feels like more recent. They were trying to trigger you in a very specific way towards the end of your connection, whatever kind of connection it was. It was like they saw they were losing power or control over you, and they were like, okay, let me try and trigger this person's, likely your inner child or some kind of childhood wound, or at least a long-standing wound. It could have been a wound that they placed in you a while ago that they were trying to re-trigger, but this is like a blast from the past type wound that they wanted to jump up and down on the wound. And they tried to actually, like, they may have actually jumped up and down on the wound, and you couldn't find a shit to give. And they now are dealing with, because they jumped on your trigger and nothing happened, it came to them. So they had this same wound, and that's why they were so dead set on triggering it in you, because they knew how painful it was in them, but they buried it. It came rushing back to the surface when you left. And they are sitting with the energy that they tried to send to you, and they don't love it, that's for sure. And it's almost like there is some outside support that they previously had that they don't have now. And it's because of some kind of way that they overreacted or reacted to a situation that they put themselves in, because they were trying to set you up to fall for a very similar trigger. So they bear trapped themselves, and now they don't have anyone to let them out of the bear trap, because they were the one controlling the trap, but as they were trying to set it up so that you'd fall into it, they fell into their own trap. So if you're wondering why they haven't reached out, they're in the woods stuck in that bear trap, and they might be there for a little bit. Solving the current mystery in your life. Your whodunit. Who was an accident? What are we looking at here? Somebody accidentally made you feel like you didn't belong somewhere, but they didn't mean to. Who, what? What did they do? Pushed you out or disregarded you, but why was it an accident? Oh, they either wanted you or wanted to be you and didn't know how to translate that like a regular adult, so instead they just pushed you away. Yes. Okay. Where did this happen in your life? It was all over the place. It just kind of like followed you from place to place. What is this person's plan going forward? As in, they just plan to be done with the connection because they don't know how to fix it? Oh, okay. All right. What is their wound? Some kind of abuse or assault as a child? It's what made them who they are, but instead of healing it, they're projecting it onto other people. Yes. Why you? They fear you. You're light. You shine a light on what they want to keep in the dark. Yep. That's your power. Password? They wanted to go after your mental health. It didn't work though. So you kind of sent out a message a little bit ago. It's almost like your own song that you kind of sent out calling for balance. You were like, I need this particular area of my life. I need it to be better than it is. I need it to be more balanced. You were trying to juggle too much here. You were willing to kind of put in the work, but you were called on this different higher path. It's like you thought you were going to go for a ride through like emotions and everything like that, but you kind of got whisked off to this other, you didn't even really see it coming, but all the while they were preparing this crown for you, but you didn't see that because it was being prepared behind you. But it was only a matter of time before this happened. We have this guy like getting ready for winter. So it's like you go on this higher journey, but first you have to experience this winter, this coldness, this in a little burrow, protecting myself until it's time to come back out. And this makes me think of like sending a letter, but like you are the letter. Like you had to kind of come and rise up out of your story here and burn away all the pages that you didn't want to take with you to the next chapter. And you kind of sent them out, like almost like to your future self to kind of meet back up with you later to remind you of the growth that you experienced through this process. You literally had to essentially break your own heart to release yourself back out of it. Then we come over here and it's like you come out of the heart and you realize I changed, but the world didn't quite change yet. And I'm looking through this doorway and I'm not sure what that is. And I'm kind of scared and I have this key and I just don't really know where to go with it. I know I have something that I want to do, but I don't know what. And then we come down here and it's like you kind of split into two. You're still looking at your higher path, but now you're also looking down at your earthly path. And you're like, how can I make these two join together? Then we come over here and you start to remember to look back up, right? You're like, oh, I'm down here on the earth plane again, but I remember this. I remember when I was taken to this higher perspective. And now that you're seeing it from down here, you're like, wait a minute, what's that? Is that a crown that was being prepared for me? Wait, I'm actually on to something here. What was going on? Then we come over here and you go back inside and you're like, okay, well, now that I kind of remember that, I'm going to look inside and figure out what am I supposed to do with that memory of that higher self, that higher perspective. And this card is right underneath of this card, which was pretty much the same thing, except this was a winter and this is like the desert. So you're doing the same thing, but this time you're not left out in the cold. And then we come over here and it's like you re-split into just like you did over here. But this is like you're looking at all of your other selves and seeing how they all come together to make each version of you, both your higher version and your current version, and how it's all one, how you're one with all of these versions of you that have existed and will exist. And that really pushes you into recognizing your power here. I have this key. The world is scary. I know I'm supposed to do something with this key, but where do I go from here? You finally figured it out. You were your purpose all along. You just had to see it for yourself. They caused you a pain that they had never endured. And then they mocked you for the way that you responded or handled it. They're learning now that that's something that you should never do. Because when the tables are turned and they end up in those same scenarios, they'll see how it's different when you have very few choices. They very well may become everything that they have criticized, talked down on, shamed. It scares them that you got back up because they haven't even gotten a quarter of the way up the mountain and they know that. And they can't handle it. And they know that too. And they know that one of the few people who did handle it was you. And they know there's no way that you're turning back around to help them now. That's why they threw everything at you. It became less about bringing you down and more about praying that you didn't make it up and over that mountain, because once you did, you're out of their reach forever. Out of their gaze, too. They can't even really see where you're at now. Ooh, that makes them... I don't even think mad is the word. Distraught. Panicked. Irate. You were always the scapegoat. The one to blame for everything. Even when you weren't around, especially when you weren't around. But you're not around and you haven't been around, and the problems that you were blamed for still remain. So they're finally starting to have to take accountability for the fact that you were not the problem. And that they were the problem. The degree to which a person can go is directly proportional to the amount of darkness and shadows that they can face without running away. You faced it and they ran. And all the while they ran, they chased you. Because they didn't know the way. And they were too lazy to figure one out. So as you faced your shadows, they chased you forward, not recognizing that all they were doing was leading themselves right into a dead end. One where they'd have no other choice but to have to watch you get the rewards from the work that you did for facing the shadows. They accidentally bought themselves a front row ticket to your victory. And now they're strapped in the seat, and there's nothing they can do but sit there and watch and wait for karma to come unstrap them, take their hand and walk them out of there into what they already know is coming, because it's what they tried to send to you.
There's a big shift coming in that you've been waiting for. If you see, there's like a little key that's sticking out of the apple here on the Lover's card. You figured out the knowledge of why you had to experience certain things, why you had to go up against this devil energy. After that, you needed to take a little bit of a period of rest to kind of recalibrate and integrate that which you learned. A lot to do with the throat chakra. A lot to do with the throat chakra. And you're finally seeing the sun on the other side of this period of rest. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel type effect here. And now you're seeing things from this higher perspective, all because you went through and faced the devil to figure out what this knowledge is of why you had to go through certain experiences here. And now that you have this higher perspective, you have the key that unlocks what comes next. And that's balance. That's this balance that you've been seeking for an extended period of time that just felt like it was always just beyond your reach. And it's all because you chose self-love. It's all because you chose yourself. It's all because you said, I'm not going to shame myself for this experience of wanting to figure out this knowledge, wanting to figure out the why. And now you have quite literally unlocked for yourself that balance on the other side of opening up that throat chakra. The throat chakra is your key to calling in that balance. So you were supposed to be the sacrifice. And now that didn't work,
the sacrifice still needs to be made, and they're big scared because they know what they signed up for and the risk that they took trying to lure you into a trap. They know. They were given the general rules of it, but they thought that rolling the dice on slowly but surely winding you up in this rope, because they knew they couldn't just lead you right into the trap. They knew that you had to have your hands tied behind your back, otherwise you'd be able to get yourself out. So they wanted to tie your hands behind your back. They really didn't want you to use them. And when they realized that you had broken your hands free, they started to panic. Man-made disaster. Did they do it to themselves? It kind of seems like it. And every time you took another step forward with your hands not tied, they started to recognize really quickly that their plan wasn't going to work. Because you quite literally broke free of the chains that they bet all that they had on. Every dime, every penny went to it. So when you broke away, it became less about you per se, and more about the fact that you made them look stupid. Partner. And they tried to do this. They tried to grip you and keep you in place, and that just lit the fire more. Weird how that works, right? Once you woke up from the spell that you were under, black magic, or at least confusion and lies that you were being told, it became quite the slap in the face, because they thought no matter what, when this person wakes up, they're going to be so dizzy because we spun them so many times that they're not even going to be able to walk anyway. So even if they break free of the chains, they're going to be too dizzy to get out of the trap. They did not want you to get out of the trap. So imagine their surprise then when you shimmied off the ropes and just calmly walked the fuck out. Yeah, they're now recognizing that they prepared their own rope. And there's no one to blame but themselves. Because what they tried to send to you is their karma. Except it's a little bit worse, because they have to watch you win while they try and escape the karma that they created for themselves through no fault of yours. They laughed when they thought that they had you in the trap. It was funny because it was a sure thing that you would never figure out that all along they were never playing by the rules. Not for a second. And that was part of what made it so funny to them, is that they could so over the top get away with not playing by the rules. They thought they could trip you up, make you fall on your face in front of everyone, so that then they could turn around, let you know that they weren't playing by the rules, and have you try and call them out in front of everyone so that you looked crazy. Double whammy. It stopped working when they pushed it a little bit too far and their mask slipped off just enough that you recognized that they weren't playing by the same rules. that gave you all your power back. Because once you know that they're not playing by the same rules, why would you? See, your rules were for yourself to do no harm unless harm was going to come to you. Those rules slightly changed when you recognized that harm was already done to you and there was no retribution for that yet. They locked you out of your energy, but you found the way back in. The old version of you would have played fair with the energy that was in your disposal right now. But since they're not playing by the rules, why should you? Did you know you can ball up all of that energy from all of that retribution that wasn't paid out yet? Did you know you could turn it into an energetic bowling ball and knock over all the pins? Pins. P-I-N-S. People in negative situations. At least they're gonna be now. Music was actually one of the first ways that I began channeling, was noticing that that's what I was doing, using music when I was pretty young. You can actually, anyone can channel very easily through music, especially when it comes to questions that you have that you're already pondering in your head. You can make a playlist. I would say put at least 40 80s good songs on this playlist. It obviously can be more than that, but songs that speak to you, not just songs that like you like the music of, or not just like, you know what I mean, like songs that feel like they have symbols and signs and deeper meanings, and even ones that like maybe they seem like they're a little bit of direction, like do that, don't do that type of thing. Put them all on a playlist, and when you have questions, go to that playlist and hit shuffle. You will be blown away by the answers you receive, because you are setting up that coding for yourself. You're saying, okay, higher self, this is what I'm going to use to communicate so you can give me the answers through these songs. Your higher self's like, okay, ask a question. I bet you will be pleasantly surprised, to say the least, floored, blown away, maybe more, but you will get answers from yourself if you give yourself the channel to do so. You're creating a channel for yourself by setting up a playlist. So then when you do have a question or you're not sure about something, go hit shuffle. Pleasant surprise every time. And even if you don't have the answer right away, even if you may need a little bit of time to think about how that was the answer, just put that intention out there. Okay, I understand this part still doesn't make sense. I'll be looking for the signs. You'll get them. Or you can keep shuffling and get more songs, but it's a great way to channel. You blank because blank, and now blank. You blank because you are moving forward with your life because someone was not for you, even though they pretended to be, and now you escaped a trap that you didn't know you were in. What were they going to supply? Oh, they were going to dump out your secrets. Or have you dump out your own secrets? Feels like a mix of both. Why? Oh, because they couldn't. You. Well, all right. You have like a super mega major download coming. I'm just going to show you the cards because the cards paint the perfect picture.
This is you before the download. Like, you have the tool in your hand, you know you're this queen bee, but you're stuck in this 3 of Swords jar with the same needles that poked you and made you feel this way in the first place. Your Achilles is torn, okay? So you're kind of stuck. But so because you're stuck physically, you go on this deepward spiritual inward journey. As you see, you lit everything up in flames before you left, and you took all of this knowledge with you and you kind of soaked it all in. They still tried to get you with the snake, but it didn't matter because you were in this meditative state. You knew you blew it all up and that you were coming for the knowledge of how to kind of go back and fix everything that you had to blow up when you walked away from it. Then we have the sun. So this is the download coming in because you did this. Curtains open, and it's like a long lost version of you kind of comes back and rejoins this version of you. You're going to have to kind of work through the emotions that come up because this download is going to be one that lets you know the how, the why, the who, the what of a major betrayal. It is going to fill in the empty or blank pieces that didn't quite make sense yet. You're not going to need your umbrella though, because you're not going to be drowning in your emotions. You are going to have to feel the feelings though, and then get out of there. You choose to get out. This is the choice that you make. You actually have the key in the knowledge now, and everybody that tried to stop you, they're shocked, obviously, but you're just like, whatever, give me the key, thank you. And then now you're recognizing who was coming for you all along, but now you have the key, so it's like, too late, oh well, I'm just gonna keep walking. And it's like all of the help that wasn't there for you before comes in to rescue you in the perfect time, in the perfect way, and together you both join, or you all join from this higher perspective, and you look down at the city that you fixed. Boom. And totally not even on purpose, that stopped at 222. This is just a reminder that if you can afford it and you have a lot of stiffness in your body, our body holds trauma, our body holds emotions. I got a massage today, and literally I got home and I had so much to do and I could not do it because my body had released so much, and I could feel as I was getting the massage, like certain areas when it was like releasing physically, I could feel like the emotions coming up. I came home and intended to like get the rest of my stuff done for the day, lay down for 5 minutes and took a 6-hour nap. My body was like, oh, reset? Okay. Our body needs that release sometimes. Even if you can't afford to get a massage, which doesn't have to be expensive. I go to a little place near my house, and literally the strongest people that I've ever seen in my entire life work there. And it's like, I think $50 for a half hour. I'm too ticklish to do anything beyond a half hour because it gets like painfully ticklish. But yeah, highly recommend, especially if you do some kind of spiritual work where you're constantly holding on to other people's emotions, or at least constantly like in other people's emotions. You don't know what's kind of being stored in your body. Your body will thank you. And if you can't do a massage, at least stretch, at least get some kind of movement, because that all gets stored in your body. And it's very important to create that flow of movement again after it's very stuck. You're about to start something new that's going to help you make sense of a specific situation before that you knew was going to play a major role in your story or the unfolding of your purpose, but you never could quite piece in what it was meant to do. Like, you aren't one who's like, oh, I don't know why I'm going through hard times. You know, you understand. You're like, okay, I see how this prepared me for this and what have you. But this particular piece of it, you're just like, I don't know why I had to go through this. I don't know why this happened. By Christmas time, or by at least like the end of the year, if not Christmas specifically, then by January, you're going to at least come into the understanding of the why. It might not fully make sense yet, but you're going to at least start to piece together the why, or the bigger implications of what you went through. And it's all preparing you to use it in a way that you knew you'd be using it once you could understand it a little bit better.
And there's this feeling of reflecting yourself to the world. It's like, because of this one piece that you didn't understand, it's like if you had a mirror and you could see your reflection all but like this little corner, and you're like, well, I can't fully see it because there's like this little bit that's blocked. This is that taking away of whatever was blocking you from understanding that little bit of it. It's allowing you to really look deeper at yourself and feel more comfortable to reflect yourself into the world, because there's not that little part that you're still not. It's almost like there's a part of you that you're like, I don't really know myself in that corner. Like, there's cobwebs in the corner that I can't see through them to see the truth. I know the truth, but I can't prove the truth, it feels like. And sometimes that goes hand in hand with a mother wound. So take that how it resonates. It might be some kind of, it doesn't have to be a mother, but the lack of feminine support, or some kind of manipulation that came from someone that you should have been able to confide in and like fall into emotionally, just wasn't there. So that could have something to do with that, but you're going to understand the why. You're going to be then able to understand how to use the why to wipe off the last little bit of the corner of that mirror, so you can truly reflect who you know you have been and who you know you are. You can reflect that without any obstruction out into the world, and feel confident and comfortable to do so. Fill in the blanks. You are uncovering blank because blank, and now blank. You are uncovering something that you didn't understand the lesson of it before, because you broke free from something that you were seeing not from the right perspective, because someone else had gotten in your psyche and convinced you to see it from a different way. And now the monster comes out of the sea to give you the justice that is due to you. How? The real person exposes fraud that's been going on for a long time. How do you do that? Not revenge in the way that you would think, but in the means of you just simply elevating makes them fully regret how they treated you. Big yeah. You've recently got some information that what is done in the dark, or what was done in the dark to you or against you, is slowly but surely coming to light. Why did they want to keep it in the dark? They feel like they won't be able to stay around and deal with the consequences of their actions. That's how much they wanted to keep it in the dark. But why? Oh, look, I put a bunch of cards in between. Oh, they can't run away. Smoke and mirrors. The smoke and mirrors are clearing. Secret is revealed. They still wanted that thief to go with it, so that you couldn't see the thief card. They tried to take away either literally you when that didn't work, any connection that you had when that didn't work, your power or abilities, through abuse and neglect. But they're not able to keep it in the dark anymore. Mental health, because you healed. You healed the piece of you that they needed to stay broken in order for their plan to work. Game over. Haven't done one of these in a minute. Conversation between the people who are up against you. Lies and evil exposed. We are so a whole start here. All right, so the conversation between the people who are going against you. Their evil is being exposed through the lies that they told. How? Missing piece. What's the missing piece? Real information. You speaking on it and things aligning with what you're saying, or maybe things that you said later happened, or just the way that you're presenting yourself, your character. It paints a clear picture of the lies that were told against you by all of them. So person 1 is saying, we got to somehow get the power back. Person 2 says, we have to release information about you. What kind of information? When the monster comes out of the sea, flow in reverse, something you haven't told people. What? So your stalker's last ditch effort is to tell people that you're stalking them. You don't have anything to worry about because that plan's stupid and not going to work. Making a mess, partner, secret, real person. There's nothing that they have that's true about you that they want to expose. All they want to do is try and make it look like you're the one going after them when the entire time they've been the one going after you. Inside out, the manipulation isn't going to work because people can see clearly. Your energy doesn't match the energy that they were trying to paint a picture of you as having. Yeah. It's not this, but this is a way that I can think to describe it more simply. Think of it as an unintentional return to sender. So when someone sends you some kind of energy, it becomes a solid. In order to transmute it or release it, we need to kind of do that thing that science says, solid, liquid, gas. We have a solid blockage. We need to create flow to turn it into a liquid, and then to release, turn it into a gas, feel and express. So when someone sends you something and it's kind of hidden in the makeup of your body, it kind of digs itself deep and you have that solid blockage. When you're creating that flow of movement and then releasing that energy, it goes back. And it's not that anyone's doing, in this instance at least, a return to sender, but that energy that wasn't yours, once it's released, you self-loved yourself to release it, it goes back to where it was sent from. And that will result in the person who intentionally sent that energy to you getting the repercussions of their own choices after you transmute that energy. If you just like are minding your business today and you're like, wow, people are really getting the audacity on a discount. Fake news propaganda. They're trying to poke the bear. Why? Oh. You were supposed to react to something in a big blow up way and you didn't, and now they're trying to poke the bear right after to see if they can still lure you into the freak out that they wanted you to have that you didn't do. Mental health accident. They wanted to time portal you back into the past version of you that they know that you are not anymore, but it was their last ditch effort. You are released from their betrayal. And they're big mad. Big mad. What were you supposed to react to? Betrayal and fear tactics. All right. Male came out in reverse. So trying to take you out through betrayal and fear tactics. What was the most recent? Same card that I came out. This is the card that was just in the reading that I just do edit this video to. Because you were supposed to react to something in a big way and they didn't get the reaction that they wanted. So I guess this is saying it's just different for everyone. You know what I'm talking about. That last thing that when I say they wanted a reaction and you didn't give them one. The monster comes out of the sea. You didn't give them the reaction they needed so that they could go against you. They have no ammo for the war. Not what they thought was going to happen. They have no ammo for the war. They didn't see that coming. Secrets out. I just tried to get it on camera and I just started cracking up because after the last couple of readings I just did, there were fireworks going on like right kind of around the corner or something from my house. Secret weapon. The timing is just funny because I just did some 10/10 portal readings and that's like celebration fireworks. What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the 10/10 portal. And a release of the mighty shall fall. The first will be last and the last will be first. Our hands are no longer tied. Mic drop. Feeling called to do one last reading before bed, but I don't know about what. Inside out, real flag or real information, man-made disaster, desert in reverse. So you see it or you don't see it and it's there, work. What is coming for you in terms of career after the 10/10 portal that you don't see coming? An injustice against you exposed? Oh yes, market manipulation. Is it that you see the exposure of it, or is it that you make forward progress now that it's been exposed? No forward progress yet. You're in the exposure, seeing the exposure of it. Secret revealed. Why is it? What kind of immediate difference does it have the potential to make? Creating flow with them controlling the narrative. Operation Mockingbird, government control media. They are no longer going to be able to control the narrative about you going forward. Lack of, no flow. Ah, got it. Yep. I mean, if this is not, they can't say shit, I don't know what is. They can't say shit now. They regret trying to take away the way that people saw you in a good light because you're not struggling and they are. They chose wrong. There's a betrayal that happened in your life that you still don't all the way understand. Partially, you're kind of still blaming yourself. You're like, did I give him the sword to do that to me type of thing? Because you trusted this person or you let this person close to you. And you're like, how did I not see that? Because with anyone else, I would have seen that. What was it about this person that blinded me? And it was because they were feeding you an illusion or delusion about the future that they knew was not true from the start, but they knew the way to communicate it to you in a way that you would kind of betray yourself and go back on your intuition because you're like, no, the outside stuff is convincing me that my inside intuition is wrong, that type of thing. At least that's what they expected. But you went in, and this is the after tarot, so typically he doesn't have the snake in his hand, but he does in this image. So you went in, you identified the snake or the problem because you were like, my energy is off. Like, I'm seeing actions, I'm hearing words, but the energy is not matching it. And you trusted yourself to go back in and evaluate what was going on there. And because of that, you're finally going to be able to understand the why of this betrayal, or at least what the person got out of it. It didn't work. The betrayal didn't work, at least not the way they intended it to, because you're coming up as balanced. You're coming up as, I'm able to face my feelings as they rise to the surface here. And she has, in this image, again, after tarot, so she has the fish in her hand and she's like examining it. So you weren't running away from your feelings like they needed you to in order for their plan to work. King of Swords in reverse is their energy. So they were this immature energy, and now they're coming up as kind of just stabbing themselves in the foot. Like, you wanted a place in my life, you got a place in my life, and you instantly just threw it away. That's a you problem. That's what you're saying to this person, and you're finally taking your power back. And because you did that, you're going to really find out the truth and the whole truth. What makes them so nervous about you? It's interesting because the first two cards I got were the Lovers and the Knight of Cups. So what makes them the most nervous about you, especially because these both came out in reverse too, it's like you were able to love yourself through the stuff that they did to you, that if that same stuff was done to them, they look at it like, I don't think I'd ever recover. I wouldn't be able to love myself through that. And you did. And as you can see, it's like the guy is there, but he's like coming out of himself too, in a way. The way that you externally present yourself after what you've been through, they'd never be able to do it. If they had to endure what you had to endure, they would have retreated all the way into their shell, locked all the doors, and never came back out again, no matter what unfolded. They don't see how you did it. And it's interesting because Ace of Wands, you still have the fire lit inside of you, and they don't get it because they doused that fire. They put everything on top of that fire they possibly could find to put it out, and they couldn't. And there's this feeling of you became the person. So I'll put it this way. They wanted to use your childhood wounds, your past pain, whatever it was, against you. And they were like, oh, this is great ammo. I'm going to use this. It's going to go so great. You not only didn't fall into it, but because of what they did, they watched you become the person who would have been able to rescue the version of you at your trauma. So if it was childhood trauma, you became the person who would have stepped in and rescued that version of you. And that not only adds more fuel to the fire, but they could never. They literally could never. And they don't know how you did. And then we have Knight of Wands also. So you now are spreading the message of how to do this with others. Either that's like literally or just by leading by example. They could never. The last thing that they would ever want is to be on some kind of stage or people focusing on them after they had to go through what they put you through. And then it's very interesting because I didn't even recognize until I pulled this round. There's 2 Justice cards in this deck. I even checked the back. I was like, is it the same deck? Maybe they did. Same deck. Justice, Justice. It drives them nuts that you found the key. You found the key despite all the crosses that you had to bear and carry. And this one, it's interesting because this Justice card doesn't have a number, a Roman numeral, but this one does. But with this card, it's like you completely cut away the illusion that they tried to make you feel like you would never escape your past. And you did. And once again, they could never. Fill in the blanks. You blank, because blank, and now blank. You are either already in the midst of or are about to change up or need to change up your routine when it comes to day. It feels like inside your house, like what you're doing inside your house, either to get ready for the day or unwind from the day. There's like a switch coming. You blank because, oh, maybe you need to get outside of the house. Or basically, if it's not literally needing to spend time in nature, then it is the routines that you are having for yourself inside the house, looking at how they're negatively or positively affecting you when you're out of the house. So are you packing your lunch? Are you making sure you're ready for the day? Or whatever it is that you do or don't do, what can you do to make it so that when you're out in the world, you're more prepared? And now, propaganda, fake news. It's like you're missing something that's going on because either you're too... Oh, you need to get off your phone so much. Look at how much phone usage you're using. Make sure that you're not just busybodying yourself on your phone to escape things that are falling short in your routine. Take the other road, yeah. What's preventing you from doing that? Lack of passion. You're not celebrating yourself for the little wins. This guy is convincing you not to celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself. Don't be, how do I say this? Escaping from the things that you know you need to take care of for the sake of just putting it off. There's this, keep the appointments that you make with yourself like you are the boss, like you are a boss that you work for. Excuse me. So when you say you're going to do the laundry, or when you say you're going to clean your car, or when you say you're going to put your phone down at this time, stick with that. It's not necessarily always about the thing that you're doing or not doing. It's more about the trust that you're building with yourself. And that's very important. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20.
What do you need to be aware of or cautious of this week? So break up, but are you the one that's choosing to walk away from somebody, or somebody else choosing to walk away from you? Oh. Somebody that did you wrong is going to try and come back around to get some kind of assistance from you. Inside Out. Work in reverse is making me think they tried to derail your plans, and now they're coming back around to ask you what the secrets are that made you so good at what you do. They wanted to all the way knock you off course, but they hid their intentions. What should you do? Missing piece is not respond with hate or anger. Just kind of say one of those, I want you to eat, but just not at my table. Because you fixed your mental health and you don't need them coming back in, ruining it again. Go. The message that your guides have for you about the rest of this month. Organized crime in reverse. There's some part of your life that is not all the way... I don't want to use the word organized because that's not the word. It's like all the way at ease. Like there's some chaos in some area of your life that you have to focus on. What is it? Pay attention to the mountain. Oh, whatever the test or the task is ahead of you, it's very important that you don't shy away from facing it head on, because facing this mountain head on is going to give you a giant download. About what? Oh, that was direct. Yes, a giant download. Man-made disaster, affair exposed, conspiracy, Britney Spears. You are going to, after you face the mountain in front of you head on, get a major download about it. Okay, so it's almost like there's a download, throat chakra. There's a there's a download that wants to come through, and it's like there's this little string that's like blocking the pipe from being able to have the download come through. And whatever you are going to attain information wise by facing this mountain head on cuts that string, so it allows the download to come through. What is the cutting of the string? Operation Mockingbird, government controlled media. How they got away with controlling the narrative about you, or what they were using to control the narrative about, something you did not yet know about how the people who were against you were controlling the narrative about you. And once you get that information, you cut the string. You're just like, oh, that was it? I'm not scared. The mighty will fall. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, shit, because you fixed your mental health. Good for you. This is your season of creating something out of the pain that you endured. There's this feeling of you now have all the pieces that create this puzzle, and the puzzle is actually like a shield or a weapon that you're going to use to kind of get your vengeance type of thing, but not in like a malicious way, just more in like a I told you so way, but not that you're saying I told you so, because you just don't care enough. You're kind of just above it now, and you're like, whatever, I don't care to prove my point, but my point is proven type of thing. But justice is definitely coming because of things that are now being revealed that were previously kept in the dark. And it has a lot to do with your commitment, your hard work. It's like your work speaks for itself. Your character speaks for itself. And it speaks for itself so loudly that even if people say things contradictory to your character or your work, it doesn't matter. It's like they can't actually get in the minds of those who can see clearly who you are. And obviously there's always people who are going to be doubters and haters just to hate, and those aren't the people that I'm talking about. The people who actually like would matter to you because you would actually value and respect their opinion, because it's not like they're looking for something to be angry on or hate about. They are just looking for the truth. And it's like before, these people were blinded by what other people were painting the truth to be of you, and they can finally see clearly, like there's no denying your character. It's to the point where it's like, how could you be faking who you are this long or this intricately? Like there's no possible way that you are not who you're saying you are at this point. And people are beginning to really recognize that, and the people who were trying to paint a different picture are going to have to find another hobby, because painting is not for them. And this is the season where you show them that. See, what you don't fully recognize yet is that it all started when your enemies, not you, they started with you because they did wrong. That's why they were so gung-ho and making you the scapegoat for every little thing. Because every tally mark they could give to you is one less for them. They thought if they gave you enough tally marks, it would erase all the tally marks they already have. But it doesn't work like that. It started when they messed up, when they made a bad decision and the consequences came knocking. When those consequences came knocking, your enemies were offered a choice. The devil came to them and said, hey, I'll sell you these glasses in which the world around you will just feel like hell, feel like it's closing in on you. But you won't have to deal with the consequences of your actions. And your enemy said, well, maybe I'll take it. I mean, I guess it might be better than the consequences. And the devil said, oh, no, listen, I'm not done. You can actually convince someone else to take these glasses for you, and then they have to wear them. Their world closes in, their world is hell, and you don't have to wear the glasses anymore. The person said, where do I sign? Because actually going in and correcting their wrongs, that would just be too bothersome for their plan. I can take these glasses knowing it's going to make the world feel like it's crashing in, and I can trick someone else into wearing them. Your enemy said, sign me up. That right there should tell you mostly everything you need to know about them. But there's more. The devil said, you need to find someone, and it needs to be their free will to wear these glasses in order for you to permanently give them to them. But if you just want to temporarily give them to them, you can do that too. Trick them. And if you trick them good and hard and long enough, they might just do the same and kind of buy their own pair of glasses, and then they'll be buying the glasses that you tricked them to wear. So, same thing, right? Wrong. What they weren't told, or what they were too lazy or stupid to ask or greedy to ask. What happens if I put all my eggs in this basket? If I spend all my time invested into getting this one person to wear these glasses, because that's what it takes. You need to put all your focus into the one person. What happens if that person doesn't fall in the trap? And better yet, what happens if that person discovers the trap? Because if they discover the trap, they're definitely not falling in it, right? They didn't ask those questions. But let me tell you the answer. When you don't fall in the trap, when you find out about the trap,
those glasses that you were temporarily wearing, it's like all of a sudden you're walking down the street wearing these glasses and they're invisible and you don't even recognize or realize that you're wearing them, but all of a sudden they throw that one shot at you a little bit too hard. That rock right to the eye. And you see the rock coming and you're like, oh, a rock is coming towards my eye, and it doesn't hit your eye. It bounces off of something and you're like, what is on top of my eye? What are these glasses I didn't see I was wearing before? And then there's a crack in the glasses and you're like, I had on these glasses. I don't want to wear these. And you take them off. And you're like, man, thank you, glasses, for teaching me the lesson, but I don't need you. And you toss them. These magic glasses find their way back to the person whose they belong to. And since they don't belong to you, they belong to the person who tried to trick you into wearing them at your expense, so they could get out of the wrong that they did that has nothing to do with you. You didn't even influence them to do this wrong. They came to you because they saw you as someone who they could pass these glasses off to, and they thought you probably wouldn't make too much of a fuss about it. Either your heart is too big, either they thought you were not paying enough attention, or maybe they just didn't see your divine protection. That's where they went wrong. So you take the glasses off, you throw them to the side, and they find their way back to the person who tried to get you to wear them. And the person just has no idea what is going on now, because they never thought to ask the questions about what happens if this is the situation. Each and every time you took another step forward, they knew that there was a chance of you recognizing that you were wearing the glasses and perceiving the world through the lens of their wrongdoings. Ever wonder why everyone's so set on painting a certain picture of you that's so opposite from what you are? That is the wrongdoings of the person who tried to make you wear those glasses. They need to make you fit the description of who they were when they did the wrong, so that those glasses feel like they found their owner. You don't need to own other people's wrongdoings. You just need to recognize that you're wearing the glasses and perceiving the world through the lens of their pain. And then once you take them off, they go back to the sender. And it's not a return to sender. That's that divine protection that I said they should have been more cautious about. You never quite understood what was so funny to them about your failure, or your hard times, or your low moments. Like, what about it was making them laugh? Because you weren't doing that to them. The whole time they were just setting themselves up to be the butt of their own joke. Just, it took a long wind up to get there. But the more it winds up, the more funny it is. Because you weren't laughing at them. Nothing was funny to you when they were going through stuff. It wasn't even funny to you when you realized that they were doing stuff to you, because you thought to yourself, how much pain must these people be in for them to think that this is how human beings should act? It was never funny to you. Things change. Not that you find it funny now, like funny haha. You are the opposite of every picture they tried to paint of you. And they damn well knew it when they had the paintbrush in their hand. They knew it before they put the paint on the canvas. They needed to make you into who they saw themselves as. Now you ask yourself, but they thought it was so funny. All this time you didn't know what they were doing, proving the opposite, but they thought it was so funny. Each ounce of pain, each blood, sweat, tear, moments of sorrow, it was so funny to them. It's not funny anymore. Not that they now have to see how it feels to be the butt of the joke, because all this time they were up there putting on a skit pretending it was you, while all the while they were describing the part of themselves that they needed to keep hidden from the world. And the best part is that you're not even laughing at their pain now. What you are laughing at is the absolute bombshell, mic drop, told you so, that you put on for years without even recognizing that you were doing it. Because the theme of this whole joke is that words don't mean shit. Actions do. And the only thing they ever had was lies expressed through words. And the best part of this joke is that they never gave you the mic to tell your part of the story. And yet you still went out there and proved them wrong. Because words don't mean shit. Actions do. So I guess I would say the main thing that you're laughing at has nothing to do with them. It's like a scene in a childhood movie when you finally get the courage to look under the bed at the scary monster, and all you see is a hurt little child trapped in an adult's body. You would really think that those who did you so dirty, that they would be most concerned about you exposing them. But they know that they covered their tracks really good in a lot of ways. And they also know that you're past the point of really caring to waste your time to look that far backwards. So what they're actually most scared of right now is that they realize that you can see them. You can see them in a way that they have never been seen. So it's not about you exposing their wrongdoings to the world, because they could come up with lies to cover it up, flip it on you, make you look crazy, whatever. An ounce of truth about who they really are that they try so desperately to hide would shatter them into a million pieces to which they would not recover. And the crazy part is, they know you're not going to do it unless they make another move that they get caught in. They know that that's not your character. But they know that now that you know, and now that you see them, because they can feel it. Down to their very core, they can feel it. They know it to be true. Their biggest fear is that they have no more moves to make. Because they now realize you could try and expose them all day and they can flip it back and give excuses. But if you were to tell them the truth about who they really are, and confirm those demons and shadows that they try to convince the world don't exist within them, they would not be able to cover up and play pretend anymore. It's almost like once it would be straightforward addressed, the mask would just permanently fall off, never to be seen again. It's crazy because this whole time, they wanted to keep you from you. The knowledge of who you are, they wanted to keep it from you. Crazy, right? Ever wonder why? To trade in the fact that they never wanted to face themselves. Facing themselves would break them. Just remember that next time they throw insults at you or try and throw you off track, off course. Their only life raft, the only one, is literally sprinting away from their own self. They can never stop running. That's why they hate you. You stopped running a long time ago. They didn't really give you another choice because you were surrounded from all sides. Where are you going to run? Right into a trap. You did what they can't. You became everything they tried to stop you from becoming. So next time they're getting just a little bit under your skin, they will forever be running from their own self. If you can find any semblance of logic in there, let me know. Because running for the rest of eternity isn't going to actually work. They're going to eventually have to stop and face themselves. Except the longer they run, the bigger those shadows and the angrier those demons. And that's a them problem. It was easier to blame you than to turn around and look at the mess they had created. It was easier to blame you than to answer the hard questions that they would have to answer that came with admitting the wrongs that caused them to go after you in the first place. It was easier to blame you than to recognize, maybe I need some healing. It was easier to blame you than to say, maybe my actions are coming from a place of fear or insecurity. It was easier to blame you than to take the hard step forward towards looking inside. And it was easier to blame you than to make any external changes that would allow them to feel comfortable looking inside. It was easier to blame you than to step out of a comfort zone. It was easier to blame you than to blame the other people around them who just yesed them to death every time they said they were going to make a bad decision. It was easier to blame you because they thought you didn't know and that you wouldn't find out. It was easier to blame you because they knew that you had a wound and they wanted to exploit that. It was easier to blame you than to turn around and look at their past and say, I wonder where I went wrong, that I think it's okay to treat people like this. It was easier to blame you because projection is a lot easier than reflection. And if I'm going to be really honest with you, it was easier to blame you because when the spotlight's on you, the worst of your wrongs, they may be pretty wrong. You may be ashamed of them. But it's a lot easier to have the spotlight on your wrongs than to turn around and shine it on the wrongs of those who eat wrongs like Cheerios for breakfast because they step on other people, disregard their pain, and then try and flip it on them to make it look like they're the problem. Of course it's easier to blame you. Shining light on a light, more light. Shining light on the darkness, you might not want to see what's under there. And they definitely don't. They swore that what they did in the dark would never see the light of day. Either because they viewed you as stupid, or they thought that you weren't divinely protected, they thought you were alone, and they concocted this whole army to go against you, thinking There's no way this person will ever find out what I'm doing, that I'm working for the other side, that I'm not on their side, that I'm cheating on them with something they don't see coming. They don't see what I'm doing, so it's okay that I'm doing it. Release of corruption exposed. Because exactly what they thought you would not find out about, the second you learned the lesson of self-love that was meant to come from it, your higher power was like, here you go. Here's everything they did. There's the missing piece. Play dumb games. Win dumb prizes. Your enemies are the ones who initially made a mistake, did something wrong. In order to trade their consequences for something that they could handle, they took this ticking time BOMB. And in order for them to not man-made disaster, they did it to themselves. In order for them to not with the ticking time BOMB, they had to trap you in this little cage with it. They had to feed you false information. They had to make you believe that you were not as valuable as you actually are. I wonder how they feel about this plan now. They are recognizing that they were in a position to elevate with you, but they sucked all the love away from you. And how they feel now, it's in reverse, the stethoscope. You are now listening to them instead of them listening to you. What they tried to cause to you has flipped to them. And the mighty will fall. So basically how they feel about it is they don't want anybody to see this happening. Which is kind of ironic because when you were the one that was trapped in the cage, they wanted to make sure everybody watched. They don't want you to see. Deep state in reverse, they want to cover up everything they did to you behind the scenes. I wonder how that's going to work. Communication upright. It looks like that's going to be a fail. So they had a place in your life. Pretty good one. You respected their opinion. You cared for their well-being. Except that wasn't mutual because they didn't give a shit about the place they held in your life. Of course, that's not until after they lost that place in your life. And now they're like, whew, why isn't this door opening? I'm going to break it down so I can get in. Seems like it's the end of the road for them to be able to enter that door because you went through some shit because of what they caused. And what used to be a wooden door with like a regular door handle, you knocked it down, you demolished it. You built this bank vault that it doesn't matter if they come with a whole truck. They're not getting in. It's the end of the road. Because you finally realized that they were the poison. They were there when good things happened and they were there when bad things happened. And regardless of the scenario, you could just never feel like they were refilling your cup. You were like, this doesn't make sense. When things are going well, you're not refilling my cup. When you're going through hard times and I'm refilling your cup, you're not refilling my cup. What's up with this? Because there was poison in your cup from them. And they wanted to make sure that you drank the entire cup before they diluted it by pouring in more water.
They wanted to cover it up. What they really wanted to cover up, though, was you. They wanted to cover up you from you, because if you discovered you, you would see them. And they were too busy faking like they were on your side. Yeah, not anymore though. Think of your brain as like a literal projector, right? So to do a successful cord cutting, you don't have to do a spell, you don't have to do it a special way. You just basically have to convince your brain that you no longer want to project that person's character into your reality. So a good way that you can do that, well, this is like two parts, because I feel like the second part really helps the first part be solidified. So you can write a letter to that person. You don't have to send it to the person. You're not going to send it to the person, but write a letter basically just almost firing them from your life. Like, this is what I expected from you. This is how you fell short. This is how you hurt me. And this is how I'm moving on, without your energy impacting or affecting me mentally, physically, emotionally. In this letter, you're also going to want to say what you learned from this person, because that really helps you release the energy without holding on a grudge to yourself or for the amount of time that you allowed that person to be in your life, type of thing. So I like to finish the letter with, this is what I learned from this experience. This is what I'm taking with me forward from you. And almost like thanking them, but in this letter, you're not going to thank them, because it's not as if you're not looking to make this person sound better, right? In this letter, this is a full, truthful letter. You may be grateful for the lessons, but this isn't a lesson of gratitude. This is a lesson of firing them, okay, from your life, from your energy. So you want to kind of say what you learned from this person, but not in like a thank you way, in like a, this is what I earned because of what you did to me. So if we're thanking anyone, it's myself. That kind of thing. And then the second part of this that is kind of like an extra, but I feel like it helps. You're going to make a playlist of, let's say, at least 40 songs. And you can use this playlist more than just this time, but for this time, you're just going to do one simple thing. You're going to put 40 songs in this playlist. And you're going to have these songs kind of be like the positive perspective of this. So not like focusing on the wrongdoings or the pain, but more focused on either the gratitude that you have for yourself, for the strength, or what you want to see happening in the future. More like looking forward than looking back. And you're going to go to this playlist, you're going to make sure it's in shuffle, and you're going to hit shuffle for one song. That song is going to be your anthem for the next couple months. So every time you start to feel that cord, you're like, oh, is the cord trying to reattach? Or maybe the person is literally trying to reattach the cord. You're going to go back to that song, because you've already programmed your brain to know that that song is going to recut the cord. You need to do this right after the letter, because then your brain is going to kind of attach to this song, this letter. When I need to, I go to this song, I play this song, and my brain re-downloads that letter, and I'm back on track. So that's one way that you can do it. You were given this mountain to show others it could be moved, even as they shoot at you when you're trying to climb it. Even when you start from the very bottom of the mountain, beaten and broken before you even start the climb. Even when they just unload pound after pound after pound of trauma like a backpack that you have to carry up the mountain. Even then. Especially then. You were given this mountain to show others it could be moved, even as they ridicule you and tell you that you're doing it all wrong. Even as they tell you that your faith in yourself or your faith in your journey is stupid and you should probably just quit. You were given this mountain to show others it can be moved, and not only can it be moved, but it can be climbed as you move it. Because other people don't get to put a lid on your potential. And you show that by example as you move this mountain. You were given this mountain to show others it can be moved even as they chase you and knock you down on your climb up it. Because moving this mountain isn't about brute force. And that's what they got wrong. They tried to strong arm you externally, not realizing that you weren't trying to push the mountain, because that was never your job. Your job was to have faith in a higher purpose, and that higher purpose was making this mountain move each time you took a step. You take a step and the mountain moves. It's like you push out the mountain on the other side of itself. Because you're breaking through all the barriers that they tried to tell you that you couldn't get through, because mountains don't move. People don't change. That's what they wanted you to believe, at least. Divine protection is when God tricks your enemies into believing that you moving the mountain requires you to put it on your back and take steps from underneath of it. All this time, they weren't playing by the same rules. They weren't playing fair. That's divine protection on your part. You never had to strap the entire mountain on your back to move it. The mountain is inside of you. The mountain that you had to move comes from within. So God tricked them. Well, He allowed them to trick themselves. He made it seem like you had to move an external mountain in order to win here. That was never the case. You were climbing the mountain, the internal mountain. And what was moving was every single external obstacle that in the 3D would not allow a mountain to move. Because it was never about the literal mountain. It was always about you climbing all the way to the highest peak of yourself so you could see things from a higher perspective. That's what had to move about the mountain. You started at the bottom of the mountain internally, and you ascended up it to get a higher perspective, a higher view. This whole time, they thought you were failing because your external circumstances hadn't changed much. But now that you're at the top of the mountain, you see everything from a higher perspective. And now you know, and they know too, that you cannot be stopped. Because that internal mountain that you had to climb, they could never. So now you're seeing things from a much higher reality than they are. That's what we call needing to wave the white flag. Because their games are done.
You blank because blank, and now blank. You? Oh, where are we going? You are going because you know where you're going. And now something new is starting for you. Hired. What's the theme of this new path that you're going on? You're uncovering. Uncovering what? You're uncovering why it is that you should not any longer be afraid of losing people.
Yes. Oh, you have people coming in, helping, you are taking a new path, and you have people coming in that are going to show you with their love why the people who had to leave your life, it was fake love. Weird how that works, right? So basically your people are coming in, and when your people come in, you're going to be like, oh wow, the people who were in my life before were really not for me, but I could not know that until I saw what it is like when there are people who are for me. No fear. You walk in a room, you sit down, and your spirit guides sit across from you because they want to talk to you. This is what they want to talk to you about. Oh, it's a secret. Okay. What kind of secret? They want to talk to you about what was previously being said about you that you have disproven simply by being you. What was it? People thought that you needed other people to be okay. They saw that this wasn't true when everybody walked away from you and you were still okay. What else? The real news that they're now telling about this, oh, power was behind it, and manipulation in reverse. You took back your power and saw through the manipulation, and now they're seeing the truth about you as opposed to the lie that you need people. You spoke up. Something you said got people to see the truth that you know that you never needed those who you previously thought you needed. And you took your power back. So now what are they saying? Lack of movement. They can't say anything now. You literally shut them up. You avoided the man-made disaster. That the man-made disaster would be allowing them to convince you that you were less than you were, allowing them to convince you that you needed the people that they were trying to convince you that you needed. This is quite literally a message of your haters used to talk a lot and you made it so they can't say shit. Their false information they were spreading makes them look like a child who's desperate for attention, and now they need to go away because they couldn't take you out. They really couldn't take you out. You're going to be finding out the truth of some kind of betrayal that involves emotional manipulation and lies here. Let's see what you need to know about it. It's coming in kind of quick. I also have the Devil and Ace of Wands. So it's coming in quick, and it's coming in the form of some kind of verbal communication. Not someone that you typically trust or have a connection with, but almost like an outside source directly or indirectly lets you know what you didn't already know. Queen of Wands is the social queen. High Priestess is in reverse. So this is information that you didn't already know that's coming in from an outside source. It's divinely orchestrated for you to find out this information in this way. Why is that? You've been working really hard on self-love, but in some way you've hit a wall with something. And this is going to kind of break down that wall that kind of built itself up out of nowhere. That's what it is. It's like you're stuck between the two walls and you're ready to walk into more freedom, but you need to kind of shut the gate behind you, and whatever it is that's coming in from this other person is going to help heal your inner child so you can shut that gate.
it's something you don't know. You don't see this coming. You don't anticipate any news coming from the person that it's going to come from. And this can be directly or it can be indirectly, like somebody says something not even about a betrayal, but it unlocks a download in your mind. Chariot and World, as I said, that two opposing forces working together to bring forth the completion of a cycle. One that you previously didn't get the victory for, 6 of Wands and 4 of Wands came out both in reverse. You earned the victory, but it wasn't yours yet because there is some kind of blockage from this betrayal. And it's not that you're still in pain over the betrayal, 3 of Swords, because you regained your independence and prioritized those who actually are for you. So it's not that you're emotionally upset about this betrayal. It's just that in order to completely transmute it out of your system, you need to fully know about it. And that's what this is. It gives you the missing piece of the puzzle, the Sun. It gives you the missing piece of the puzzle that helps you transmute the energy and move forward. Page of Wands, going on an adventure. It helps you figure out what you need to figure out so you can move forward. So they're back in your energy, trying to pull on your energy, block your energy, drain your energy, something. Why? Okay. They know that time is up and they have one last swing at you. Secret about the betrayal is exposed. What's their last swing at you consist of before they're kicked out of your energy? Operation Mockingbird, government-controlled media, they want to control the narrative by making you act, react, or something in a way that would prove that the lies they said about you was true. So basically, they want to cause you to act out of character so they can be like, oh, see, told you that I properly defined this person's character with my lies. But the truth is being revealed. So basically, their plan isn't going to work. They're just going to annoy you and then get kicked out of your energy. Real person kicking out the fake. This is what your inner child wants to say to you about the recent changes that you've made or the recent changes that are coming up for you. Out with the old, in with the new, but before you can completely be out with the old, something needs to happen. What is it? You need to sit with something and readdress it and not run from it. What do you need to sit with? There was a tornado that recently came into your life, and the high winds of the tornado moved stuff around. Think of it as like if a tornado ran through your bedroom and everything got knocked on the floor. And now that the tornado is gone, you need to kind of pick everything back up and straighten it up. In what area of your life does that need to happen? Finances, career, not greed, but the money on the card. So basically, whatever you're doing to turn your pain into purpose or passion or something, that's what got knocked over on the floor. And now you just need to pick everything back up, dust it all off, so you can kind of hit the ground running. The mighty will fall. This tornado was caused by another person. Someone that you already didn't trust uncovered, and now you really see their true colors. So you're cleaning up from the tornado because you know that next time the tornado knocks on the door, you're not opening it. Justice and alive. You're not opening it. The main party that is involved or responsible for the last major betrayal that you went through is sitting down talking to another person. The other person wasn't involved in the betrayal, but they know and they knew before that this was what this person was involved in or doing. This is their conversation. So betrayer person says, Betrayer person is talking about the manipulation tactics that they tried to use on you and how they couldn't take you out. So then the other person says, well, you couldn't take them out. No man-made disaster. They avoided that by getting inside information. How'd you get inside information? Whoo, directly from source. You channeled. You channeled information directly from source that sorry, this just happened to me, so it's just yeah. You avoided the betrayal in a way that you should not have been able to avoid the betrayal, because literally your higher power was like, boop, here's what you need to know to avoid that trap. So anyways, then the betrayer says, ooh, what can we do now? Because I have to get the prize out of this. I have to step on this person to get ahead. Then the other person says, let's bring out the secret weapon. Oh boy, what's the secret weapon? No power. So the other person says to the betrayer, well, what's your secret weapon? And the betrayer says, I don't have one. Kill information. Good luck with that. Have a channeled theory. This is a theory. Why is it that when you're a light worker, there's certain tactics used? They don't want me to say this. Certain tactics used. Why not just take the person out, right? I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that they can't. If you are a light worker and you are aware of it, your battery is charged, your battery is plugged in. Can't extinguish that light. You can only transfer it. So imagine that you're a light bulb at 100%. They cannot take you out. Not like that. Too much light. Doesn't work like that. Energy cannot be destroyed, only transmute it from one form to another. So they send a whole town just to bring you down. And you're like, at this point, wouldn't it be easier just to... They can't. That's why they want to scare you, manipulate you. They don't have the power to take out that amount of light. But people are taken out all the time, right? Are they struggling before that? Because that light bulb that's at 100, if they dim it just enough to match what level they are at, because they hold a little light, maybe they're at 5%, they have to get you down to 5% so that they can hold that light, take it from you, dim the last little bit of light that they had. That's why they are fine with staying low vibrational. If they stay low vibrational, if they stay at 5%, when they swap lights with you, when they do that karma swap, all they need to do is drain the remaining 5%, and then they take you out of the picture and get to keep your light. Because if you become aware of it, you can get that back. Abuse and neglect exposed. Uh-oh. I just saw this quote that said, once you ruin your reputation, you can live freely. That is literally one of the truest statements, because thinking of my journey, I didn't truly start living as myself until I no longer had to put on the projection of less than myself that everyone else was comfortable with. stop dimming myself until my reputation was ruined, until everyone already had their mind made up about me. And I realized that there was nothing I could do to change it. And that was the moment when I stopped dimming myself for other people's comfort. And that was the moment that changed everything. So once you ruin your reputation, or once your reputation is ruined, you can live freely. Don't let that stop you, because what other people think doesn't matter. And really, your reputation that's ruined is simply because they are trying to make it known that you are not who you say you are, or that there's something wrong with you. I guess in a little bit of a way they're right, because you're not what you're being in that moment. You're being much less than what you actually are. You were doing it so they'd be comfortable enough to keep you around. But if they have bad things to say anyway, why are you going to make them comfortable by dimming yourself? Not who you say you are. You are much more. And you never needed their permission. And when you stop seeking it, when you stop seeking that permission or that validation, you recognize that you were trying to belong to a group that wanted to put a lid on you for their own comfort. Realizing that you don't need that is freedom. You've been looking for a sign or a specific confirmation about something. Confirmation. Higher power. You're waiting for the sign, the download from a higher realm. What are you hoping to get confirmed in this download? Smoke and mirrors. You want a confirmation that your observation about something is correct. A betrayal. You're right. They were acting out of a place of fear. What were they scared of? Their ego being exposed. A decision that they made out of ego. What was that decision? The decision that was made out of ego was the betrayal of you. Poison exposed. So what do you need to do now that you have this confirmation? Stay in the shadows. Get all your ducks in a row. And just know that there's nothing they can do because you know about it. That makes them very unhappy. They abused their position in your life. You blank because blank and now blank. You are taking back your energy from those who do not pour back into you, those who are not in alignment with your current vibration, because you realize that they were trying to government-controlled media in reverse, celebrity in reverse, control the narrative about how other people saw or perceived you. And now, it's time to get to work. On what? Success. Going for everything that they tried to make it seem like was unattainable for you. You're reparenting yourself. You're reparenting yourself because you're meeting the healed version of you, and going back to rescue the point of you or the piece of you that was trapped with your trauma. You're breaking free from that mindset that they imposed on you. You have become the person who would have rescued the version of you that existed at the top point of your trauma. Yeah. Congratulations. They're watching you, and you know they're watching you. This is their reaction to your last 5 posts. They feel betrayed now. I wonder if that's because you're shining light on exactly what they needed to keep in the dark, because in order for them to get people to potentially believe the bold-faced lies they told about you, you can't speak truth. Yeah, you took your power back. And now the ball is in your court. Lack of movement. The bag is no longer over your head. Lack of movement on what part of their plan? Getting you to meet them at their level so they could karma swap you. Cleaned up that mess, huh? This is what their face looked like on your last 2 posts. Oh. A face of, oh shit, my plan to get whatever I was getting out of stepping on this person isn't going to work. I guess I better not say anything anymore. This card, when it's upright, is my light at the end of the tunnel card, because the light's on top, but there's no light at the end of the tunnel because you cannot proceed. Your ancestors gave them a little visit. Oh. Your ancestors gave the people that were on the receiving end of the lies about you a visit, and now they all know that that person is a liar. Well, that was one way to confirm. Yes. All right. Okay. You were grouped up on by a large group of people who wanted to use fear tactics to control you. They used organized crime to do this. So, this is why they chose you. They saw you as an easy target because they were aware of mental health problems that you had endured, faced, and almost overcome. They waited till you almost all the way overcame them to try and get you almost to the top of the mountain so that you would crumble all the way down it and they would then have power over you. But it didn't work. Grandparents got stuck a little bit. It seems like your ancestors kind of helped out here. In the beginning, your ancestors helped out by giving you a download right before you would fall into a trap. Operation Exposed. But now that you're aware of all this that was going on, now that you can see it from a higher perspective, not only are you getting these downloads, but the people who were on the receiving end of all the lies spread about you are also getting the downloads. Their plan didn't work. You reversed the false reality that they were trying to trap you in. You healed. Is there another reason besides your mental health that they thought you were an easy target? This kind of goes hand in hand with mental health, but they put a bunch of false connections in your life, thinking that when they pulled all those people out of your life at the same time, Same analogy, top of the mountain, crumble down. End of the road. These people are sick. What's their problem? They only care about how their life looks on the outside to other people because they are shallow and pathetic. Whole party of corruption. That's their secret weapon. Is that they don't care how their life feels. They only care how it looks. When the monster comes out of the sea, they will attack your inner child because their corruption knows no bounds, and they will go below the belt by attacking the most vulnerable part of you. What's their karma? Everything they got so far out of it, or everything that they're hoping to receive from it, they lose it. Looks like they were actually the low-hanging fruit that when someone needs to get cut, it's them. You don't need to take revenge. Life is. I want you to imagine something for a second. The person who is in charge of getting all the other people to go against you, sitting in the living room on their couch watching TV, totally oblivious to what's about to happen. They get a knock at the door. They get up and they answer it. It's karma. Here for a meeting. All right. They open the door and they realize it's karma. What does karma say? You thought you got away with it. You thought you cleaned it up, but you didn't. You left some breadcrumbs that led karma straight to your door. What led karma straight to this person's door? No fake news. Their lies were so over the top that as soon as you broke free from the chains that were preventing you from speaking on what people did to you, the second you broke through those chains, everybody was like, oh wait, those were all lies. Light at the end of the tunnel. When you came out of the tunnel, like coming out of a football game tunnel, you came out blazing with truth, and it lit up every dark corner of their lies. When the monster comes out of the sea, oh, there's drama now, huh? Karma said to this person, now we're going to have to, it's going to be new going forward. You're not going to continue to get away with what you were running from. You weren't struggling yet. You're going to struggle now. The trap you tried to set for the other person, as in you, as in the trap they tried to set for you, is going to come at them in a way that they would never be able to anticipate or expect. Because they think they're mighty. They think their money can solve all their problems. Or, in some cases, your money that they took from you. Maybe it was left to you. So, karma says, this is what we're going to do now. You're going to have to fix what you did. Correct this man-made disaster. Because for you to step on someone that is chosen was not in the plan. That was not a divine plan. The divine allowed it to happen, but the way they went after you, that was a man-made disaster in the making. Nobody told them it was okay to do that.
Egotism exposed, they chose it for themselves. What did they bring through the portal to try and bring it into your life? They brought something through the portal, tried to trap you with it, and now that is the karma that's going to be hitting them in the way that they are not going to be able to anticipate or expect. When the monster comes out of the sea, what's their monster? Being exposed for everything they did. All the pieces coming together. They were in a position to care for you and they were fake. Them being exposed is the worst thing that could happen to them. And karma is putting them on notice that she set up the stage perfect. And curtains are ready to draw for this person to be exposed for every last move they made against you that they were warned not to do. Pay attention. You're the real person, and curtains are about to draw. You've earned to be able to see how all the crime against you was supplied. Karma signed it with. You abused your power, and now you're going towards being exposed as a snake. There's that card again. They think they're mighty. Their mightiness is only an illusion that they're about to have all crumble. The victory is yours because you stayed committed and put in the work. Congratulations. Starting out here with the Devil reversed, the Magician, and Ace of Pentacles. So this is looking like dark versus light, but light is clearly winning, and this new beginning is coming in. What is the new beginning that's coming in for you? Because you dismantled some piece of the darkness. The wheel was previously not turning when it comes to a lie that you are still not seeing as a lie. This could be something you tell yourself or something that someone else told you, but whatever it is, it affects your inner child. And because it affects your inner child in the way it does, it's hard for you to see a certain amount of steps forward. It's hard for that third eye visualization when it comes to creativity or like putting together your plan in the way that you see it unfolding. And this new beginning that you earned is allowing you to see the truth of a situation that you previously weren't able to see the truth of. Seven of Cups reversed, an ending of an illusion. So it feels like the way you see yourself, the ending of an illusion, and then Six of Cups, the ending of an illusion from childhood. I said inner child with Page of Cups. So correcting the inner dialogue that occurs when your inner child is triggered. It's almost like you're going to alleviate some of the blame that you still are placing on yourself about something. Seven of Swords came out. So when your inner child is triggered, you self-sabotage in this one specific way. And it's something little, but it's something that whatever it is isn't the problem, but the way that it switches your internal dialogue is the problem. It's like when I do this because I'm triggered, then I talk down or I feel like I'm taking steps backwards on my journey in regard to like inner child healing. So whatever this is that you find out, that you start to see clearly the ending of an illusion, Ace of Swords reversed, the truth coming out from what was previously lies, it helps you correct course so that when your inner child's triggered, you aren't stuck with that guilt after whatever your reaction or self-sabotage behavior is. And once the guilt is detached, it's going to really allow you to not continue to fall back into that self-sabotaging behavior, because you're going to go inside and see the light. The Hermit. Good job. So over the last week or two, you've been getting some kind of impending signs that there's an upcoming download. And it's almost like your spirit team is trying to prepare you to understand it when it does come in. Almost like little reminders of stuff from the past that you're like, oh, I remember that, or I remember what that relates to. Clean up. So there's something that needs to be removed from your life still, or cleaned up, that would allow this download to come in. That's why you're being prepared, because it's when that thing gets removed that the download is then triggered. What needs to be removed? Yes. Anyone who's not in alignment with you and your current level of healing, you really are showing who you are now, and anyone who's not reflecting back to you an honest version of who you know you are needs to be cut out. You will know when you've cut out all the right people, because that's when you'll get the download. Know what? No war. You don't have to go to war with the people. You just have to simply release them. And it's not that you need to cut them out of your life. It's just that you need to cut them out of any influence over your energy and take back your power. And once you successfully have identified all the people who need to be no longer influencing your energy, you receive the download. Yep. Our inner teen is the rebel part of us. And your inner teen is feeling like uncomfortable. Why? Okay, because your inner teen has something to say. What is it? Yes, money. Clean up. What about your life is causing, it's almost like a claustrophobic feeling for your inner rebel or inner teen? What needs to be cleaned up? So this card in reverse is my light at the end of the tunnel card. So your inner teen feels hopeless about betrayal. What about betrayal? Mask on. You know that someone around you is not for you, but you're not taking the right action steps, and your inner teen is like, hello. Can't even look. Can't watch it happen. Why is it so painful for your inner teen? The healed version of you shouldn't be allowing this person to get away with what they're doing. Spouse, partner in reverse, they're not for you. It's nothing more than not allowing them any more access to your energy and finding a way to release the pain. That's what your inner teen is saying. The reason that you're not completely cutting them out of your energy is because it requires a final decision on your part to cut them out permanently. And that's the decision your inner teen is like, you got to make it. Secret's out. You got to make it. Because your inner teen sees this person as uncovered. They see them for who they are, and they know you do too. Do with that what you will. You're approaching a pivot. So you're walking down the path and you're kind of not approaching a dead end, but like a fork in the road. You can keep going straight, but like something is really telling you you're meant to pivot and take the path to the left or the right. What are the two different paths? Run away in reverse. You have to make a decision here. What are the two paths that are being presented to you? Path one. Communication from whom? Someone you don't see coming. Communication from someone that you don't see it coming. Either the conversation you don't see coming or what is said in the conversation. You're like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Brings you back to life. That is your warning or your alert that the fork in the road is about to happen. So random or unexpected or what the heck was that conversation about? That is your alert. Oop, upcoming fork in the road. What is the left path? Exposing someone who did you dirty and tried to reveal your secrets to the whole neighborhood. Yeah, there's the betrayal. Okay, what is the other path? So if you don't choose to focus on exposing the betrayal, the other path, because you're going to have to make a choice, remember, the other path is not learning your lesson, wouldn't want to be a... If you don't speak about whatever you're holding in, you're going to end up regretting it. Taking back your power. So the right path here is when that person comes in for the conversation, let them know somehow, some way, you're aware of the betrayal and that the path stops there. Two-faced, well, five-faced. How will the other person react? Real flag, private property reversed. They'll know that you're telling the real information about what they wanted to keep hidden. Their plan didn't work. You got the inside information. Oh well. This is for anyone who needs to do a cord cutting, but you don't really want anyone else to do it. You just kind of would rather do it by yourself. What you're going to do is either write a letter using the prompts that we're about to channel, or you can do a voice recording or record yourself on camera, whatever you're most comfortable with. But these are the steps that you're going to go over in your letter. Yes. You're going to say, identify the poison, identify, almost describe this person that hurt you. Describe their poison as if it's an entity separate from them. It's almost like once you see it as separate from them, you can understand in a deeper way the extent of it, because it's almost like you're describing the person's shadow in a way that you didn't even know you understood that deeply. And once you can see their shadow in that way, they lose all their power over you, because you recognize that everything they did to you was coming from that separate shadow that you're now explaining as separate from them. So you realize that this person wanted to control you so bad because they were never in control of themselves. They're too weak to be. And they don't have the ancestral support or divine protection that you have either. Yeah, not there. Next part you need to address. What lessons you went into this connection to learn, what you're taking from it. Next. How you're going to use those lessons to build your successful platform way above the levels they tried to bring you to. I'm going to use the lessons that I learned from your bad behavior in this way. Next. Yes. Trapped. In which ways did they trap you so that you did not walk away sooner?
And how do you perceive that now that you're healed and away from them? I let you trap me by using this, that, and the other thing. But now that I'm healed, I wouldn't fall into those traps because I can see this from this new angle. Next. Then you're going to tell them exactly how their plan didn't work and exactly how you discovered or uncovered what they were doing to you. Then, how you fixed your mental health so much right after they left. Almost like they were the trigger that was purposely doing it to you. And lastly, you're going to write them a little poem. It's going to be 4 lines. The title of it is, "You Thought You Could Drown Me, and I Taught Myself to Swim." I haven't done one of these in a minute. The mystery in your life. It's a who done it. Who, what, when, where, and why. Who? Someone who's in your inner circle, someone who belongs in your life. It's not a random person. Who, what? They're trying to pervert the narrative about you. When did this happen? Mermaid disaster in reverse. Right before your last tower moment. Where? In terms of how people saw you, your power or authority, they tried to pervert the narrative around who you saw yourself as. Why? Trying to Britney Spears you. Trying to blind you to what was really going on so they could take something from you. What? Water supply in reverse, a download. Here we go again. Why did they want your download this time? Flow. They knew that the next download, if you receive it, is going to create movement where there was previously a blockage. Are they aware yet that their plan isn't going to work? No, not yet. When will they become aware? When other people start to point them to the fact that it looks like that person got that download. Pinky promise, hands are not tied. You can't be blocked from it. They're two-faced. And drama. So, what is the piece of this mystery that you don't know about yet that would help you understand a little bit more about it? It's an inside job. Natural disaster. The weather can't be manipulated. This person would never be against me. The monster comes out of the sea. Secret weapon. Let me guess. This person did something wrong and they were bribed with an attempt to swap with you this download in exchange for getting out of some kind of trouble or bad situation. Smoke and mirrors. New World Order. As a confirmation of this message, use tarot. As a confirmation of this message, what did this person do wrong that they needed to swap with you for? They stole something. What? Decision you can't go back from? They're trying to karma swap you because they already owe a debt for an attempt to karma swap someone else that failed, and now they owe something and they're trying to collect it from you. The Emperor reversed. Loss of control. Abuse of authority. One card to describe this person. They're the Lion. They're trying to strong arm you. It's not going to work. Victory in reverse. Good luck with that.